Hey everyone, Temporal here, and for this session we are going to be reviewing the match that happened over the weekend between the Outlaws and the Shock. This one was a bit of a surprise to people, definitely surprising how this turned out, how close it was in terms of the relative strengths of the team. So people have been asking after this one pretty heavily. Let's check it out. That said, if you guys are enjoying the content, please do like and subscribe, as that helps me out quite a bit, lets me do more of this, and I really do appreciate that. Or if you are looking to get coaching yourself, you can join my Discord in the description below, see what rates look like, see what sort of promos, events we have going on, all that good stuff. The scarf under the temporal logo thing is awesome. Yes, yes. Glad you liked it, Blah. Okay. So we're coming out here. This looks like we're coming out with interesting. Okay, so our Shock are coming out with what has been pretty meta on this point for a while now, which is the Sim Junkrat. We expect them to set up if they can get control with, say, a Junkrat over here, a Sim over here, get nice good control. If they get pushed out, they can threaten to teleport past. This is basically the standard of what we've seen on this point for a while now. This is a little more surprising. You can, standard brawl wouldn't be like, oh, super weird, but at this point, standard brawl would be a little weird for this point. That's not what we have here, though. We've gone with the Doomfist brawl, and we haven't gone with the Doomfist brawl in the regular way. We've said, hey, let's, well, we have gone for the Doomfist Brawl in the regular way. Sorry, my brain is playing catch up. Okay, so we've gone for Doomfist Brawl in the regular way with the Doomfist here. That obviously creates a bit of a conundrum. I would favor Shock in this matchup fairly heavily. What you end up running into is this Brawl, if it can just aggressively take the fight how it wants, is going to win. Like, if this Brawl can make the fight happen quickly, it should win, and that Doomfist gives it the explosive, fast power. That's great. That said, one of the things that sometimes gets thrown at Doomfist teams would be a Junkrat Brawl, because the Junkrat Brawl is even more extreme than the May Brawl in its ability to go, how do I best put this? Doomfist Brawl's power spike goes like this. They go, bunch of power from using all of Doomfist's cooldowns. Then he falls off and plays like this, and he's bad again, bad again, bad again, power spike, bad again, bad again, bad again. May, if we were to take her as an example, let's get May. May would be more of like, okay, she uses her cooldowns for a power spike, and it's not as big a power spike. It's probably less big than that. Let's actually try to make this a little more realistic. It's probably going to be more along the lines of her default is higher, but her power spike isn't nearly as much either. So that would be more of like what a May looks like, right? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then we could think of Junkrat. And Junkrat is like, hey, we're going even more in on the poke game. So, like, there's no power spike whatsoever. There's no power spike whatsoever, but we're looking more like this, something along those lines. So these aren't necessarily the right heights, etc., to represent that, but when you think of this, you just go, hey, we can play slow forever. And what you end up doing is you kite the Doomfist engage when you have the May thing, and then you push back in when Doomfist is out of cooldowns. And you can do that because Doomfist has to engage, because you have the, hey, we have better poke between our May and McCree than you do with Doomfist and McCree. We'll eventually win. We're not actually going to win by leveraging that tiny poke advantage to really outpoke you all the way to zero, break your Rhine Shield, etc. But the threat of that exists, and we both know it, so the Doomfist team has to act, has to maybe rush things a little bit. With the Junkrat, that's even more extreme. That's even more extreme. Plus, you've got the ability to knock Doomfist around a bit with mines when he's comboing, to catch him in traps when he comes in on some stuff. The Junkrat, well, hardly some perfect counter, isn't crazy as a swap off if a team is, fighting against the Doomfist Brawl. It's something I've seen. It's got, terrible flexibility compared to the May Brawl against some other stuff, but it's not wild. I don't think Shock is intentionally running the Junkrat here to be like, our Junkrat is going to handle your Doomfist Brawl. I think they're running this because this is the comp that they like to run on this point. It's been run on this point for ages. And again, Sim is not McCree. But it is interesting to see, and I do expect Shock to be favored in this matchup because I think the Junkrat is going to mess up the Doomfist's engages pretty hard. They're going to be able to heavily win their slow engages on this point. So it's just a matter of, can Outlaws immediately get on top of Shock, force the fight quickly? And if Shock kite this at all, Shock should be able to win this pretty easily. That said, they don't have a wall to help them kite. The May wall is very helpful for kiting. Okay. Seems like compositions have a lot more flexibility this season. Why do you think that is? I think some of it is we are in a somewhat flexible meta where the East and the West haven't fully decided on, is it Brawl, is it Double Bubble. Even when places do go it's Double Bubble, they still play Brawl on payload type maps pretty often because that works on a lot of them a lot better, not all of them. So you've just seen a thing where A, things tend to be flexible at the beginning of the season. That's a thing that you've seen. B, we had a bit of a regional split, and because we had a regional split where both things have been built up to a pretty decent level, now that they've met, it's going to take a little bit to hammer out which is better, and over time you'll see it go more and more towards one comp. That's almost always what happens. I doubt it's real. I doubt it's real that it's like, oh, so many more heroes than usual are viable. I think this is just a people haven't figured it out type thing. Okay. Let's get going though here. Could be Nard. Could be. Okay, so got the inside set up for Shock here with their turrets. They're not going to be able to move all those turrets, so this is a full rotation. That's going to mean the Sim is going to be a little weak to start here, and that's a bit of a problem for the Shock. Their Sim turrets all ended up over here. Didn't end up coming in here either, ended up coming here. So these guys are going to get in with basically 1 or 0 turrets on them, which is annoying because it slows down this. The Doomfist they might not know about yet because they're not 15 seconds in. Now they should know about the Doomfist. They do, and FD God is up there all ready to contest the Doomfist. That is very good. That is very good. I like what I see here. I do see the decision. It's good that FD God is on this and checked this, because it does look like Shock is choosing to hold this, and I don't know how quick they're going to be to retreat. And if they're not willing to be quick to retreat, quick to kite this, if they're going, no, I want my corner, and I want to hold my corner, not just kite it, this could be a case of, hey, this could be a problem because Doomfist comes in, this comes in, and it becomes an unhappy time. Because Shock would usually have to kite this. That's less true if FD God is able to mess up the timing on the Doomfist engage. So that's good. And then what do we have going on over here? Are these guys just slow on their rotation? Are they waiting on this? I'm curious to see what we have going on over here, because this is also not great map control. When you look at Shock, they're just like this, and you guys know that we would much prefer that they take a wider angle for their control. It could be Junkrat over here, Sim playing more over here, Lucio up here, Diva maybe up here, all those things. We'd usually see something more like this. It could be Violet back here. We could have better angle control, but that's okay. Okay. So first FD God did around with hydration up there. Now Chiobin is going to go do it, and Chiobin is going to be a better longer-term matchup for that. While that's happening, Tayo took more damage than he should have. Tayo, yikes, that just can't happen. That really just can't happen. So we're here. Tayo has no turrets to slow down the initiation. Oh, did Tayo get hit by the fire strike? Is that what just happened there? Sloppy. Here we are. Yeah. Tayo got hit by the fire strike. Piggy recognizes that Tayo got hit by the fire strike, so is DMing to try and deny heals, and is then going to micro missile booster in. And then can stop the DM as soon as Tayo is stuck behind the staircase. Violet's going up to try to heal him. You see Violet's trying to change the angle to get over the stairs to heal him, but this was a good play right here. This was good, a good fire strike by our Rhine here. This was a good follow-up by Piggy immediately recognizing what they needed to do, and this, works in part because this wouldn't have worked. Reminder, this Diva would have struggled much more to get in here. The Rhine would have struggled much more to get in here. The Sim would have had more time to get out if Sim had been able to place a couple turrets here, but all of those went over here. So this was a good execution all around from Houston. Good to see. Lamp comes out just a little too late. And now Shock is fighting this too hard. Shock still does need to be kiting. Okay, now they want to push back in. That's why they're fighting hard, because now they think they can push back in because hydration is down. And yeah, they're down a player, but hydration is effectively his out window right now. So yeah, they are going to have to push. That Happy flank. Let's take a look. Was Happy back there the whole time? Yeah, Happy was flanking the whole time. So that was always going to be tough to kite. Okay. Okay. And this should be easy cleanup for Outlaws. It was a good setup. It was pretty good answers too, but ultimately the Sim, the Sim went down. The Sim went down to some good play there. I like both team setups, but Outlaws take this, and they should pretty easily be able to clean that up. Lucia's a healer, heal your team, as opposed to go contest the Doomfist. Funny, funny! Okay, so Hydration's of course going to set up top. Interesting. Are they also going to set their McCree up top? No. So they're going to set their McCree up. Happy out here. He was thinking about going top, and he's actually going to go this way. And you'll notice he's spending a lot of time flanking, a lot of time moving on his flanks as these battles are happening. This is not like, 3 steps to complete opening my angle. This is like, I have to rotate from here to here after the battle has started. So Houston's choosing to play down effectively for quite a bit here. We should see how this started. They're choosing to play down for quite a bit, investing in the we're going to get a big payoff. We're going to be able to hold on until he's valuable, and we're going to get a big payoff when he is. So the window comes up, but we're DMing to cover while our shatter goes off from Houston's perspective. Both windows go off. Violet's going to be unhappy. He can't use his window to heal his team. The lamp comes out, but it won't matter. Yeah. And Happy wasn't even relevant there. They won that 5v6 just with the shatter. So did they hit anything to mess up? Why did that work? Oh, because it was a window. Oh, so they were shattering the window fire strike, weren't they? That's pretty good. Okay, I mean, it's not like unheard of good, but I'm just thinking there wasn't anything else to enable that besides him reading that they were going to fire strike, right? Here we are. That's the window fire strike. Yeah, that's just him reacting to you windowed in front of your Reinhardt, it's going to be a fire strike, automatic shatter. Good stuff. This, guys, is why I, tell people, hey, don't fire strike in the open, blah, 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 unless you have a window, because your potential payoff is good enough with a window. But this would be the next level of your potential payoff is good enough if you have a window. However, other Ryan players are going to know that too. Okay. Are they... Okay, so Tayo is over on the McCree. We saw that swap. They didn't try anything with the Sim TP shenanigans for retake. So it's a little tough for Shock here because they need to both be the aggressors, the one to push in, but because, they're on offense trying to take the control point, but they also ultimately need to be the ones kiting, slowing down this engage to get the value in their Junkrat versus Doomfist brawl matchup. So far they've pushed in enough to get this high noon out. could be a little tough to get out of, but shouldn't be undoable. It's just going to cost more DM than they like. Or they could get out. Fine. I mean, get eliminated. Fine. Why does Owl hold the corner near point as opposed to the smaller door like you see a lot in ladder? So there's a couple reasons. One of those reasons is this small door. What's become meta is the SimTP, and if you're holding this small door, what ends up happening is you set up here and you set up around here, and then since it's so common to run Sim Junkrat here, what can happen is the Sim team can teleport past you, and then they actually have the better concave on you. They're between you and the point now, and they have the better concave on you. So that's not great. That's not great. That would be one step. Whereas if they teleport from here, say onto point, because you're holding around the point, that's a lot less bad for you because you're still not going to give up point control. You don't have to like feed into them to try to stop the point flip. They might be on point, but you're still here. But the other thing that comes down to is how solid your concave is. This is an okay concave that you can get around this door, but the concave that you can get around the point entrance is much better. In terms of like I was talking about before, where you can have a Junkrat controlling over here, you can have Sim turrets, you can be spamming Sim over here, you can have your BAP on this sight line firing, you can have your Rhine over here, you can have your Diva controlling over here. The size of your concave, and therefore your power, is able to be bigger on the point. So it's a combination of, hey, this MTP is scary, and the size of the concave. And then finally, if you have this concave and they SimTP past you, your concave is still quite good. It works in the other direction quite well. It does not work in the other direction this way very well when they just keep walking through to point. That said, now that Chalk doesn't have the sim, you'd think, oh well, Outlaws could take the engagement here now because there's no sim. Yeah, they could, but what you run into is now you have to keep in mind what would usually happen is you'd take a soft engage here, doing poke, you'd back up, do more here, and then set up for your real thing here. You'd sort of do like poke, 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 and back up type thing. But Outlaws don't want a long poke phase because they're running the Doomfist. Mm-hmm. That's very one-directional. Happy's not on a flank. Hydration is coming in from the same direction as the team. They're all aggressively going in together. We see the Rhine swinging. We see the Doomfist. We do see they are tight in their push, so their timing looks pretty good on this. And they're doing it while the Junkrat is missing, so that's going to probably make this successful. And that's probably why they pulled the trigger and hit the go button. Like this, even though they have nothing set up in terms of angles for this dive, rush, whatever we want to call it. Yeah, it'll probably work because the Junkrat's missing. Wasn't strong enough to work. And now they're in a situation where they've popped their beat where they really didn't want to because of that tire. And it does end up getting hydration even through that, as well as leaving Rhine basically gone. So that should be the end of it. Outlaws do have enough ults available to keep holding on to this if they want, but they're already at 80, so they'll probably just let it go. They could ult out here and still build ults because Shock is at 0 for another big good fight in their favor at 99.99, but my guess is that they'll probably just let go. They could be right either way. It wouldn't be terribly wrong to go, let's all in on ults on this. But no, given that they have Doomfist, who has one of their ults in the spawn, they'll probably go ahead and roughly let this go without investing more. Okay, they're going to spend everything. Fine. Again, that's not really wrong in this setup. And it got value. It probably shouldn't have gone value to spend everything like that. Shock should have been able to stabilize better here. Like, yes, this window goes up. This happens. Oh, Shock already lost people after we went further. My bad. did a fire strike in the open there and almost went to spawn for it after Doom went down to tire. Yeah, I know. I'm not a fan. You see high level Reinhardts break the rule too often, and you see them get punished for it when they break the rule. I'm willing to break the rule for window. They're willing to break it for a lot less. But that's a good catch, Nard. Okay, so here we are. This happened. That goes up. This should be an easy win for Shock now, as long as Super has plenty of shield left. They're setting up to take their angles. Didn't necessarily need to lose the mech there, but they did, so whatever. Why did they lose someone else? Just mech? No. Junkrat should not be in danger right now. But he is. Yeah, losing Nero there is the mistake. Nero's going for it, but Violet doesn't have the angle to cover him. The reason Violet doesn't have the angle to cover him, to protect him from the D.Va, is because the window is up, so Violet can't heal from here. He's having to rotate up to here, and that's too long rotation. Tayo is here to help McCree, but Tayo can only help McCree by putting damage pressure on the D.Va, which works, but isn't enough with how much trouble Nero got himself in. Nero tried to stall that out. Yeah. Shock need to make sure that they invest the ults to actually get this. Good. No value out of that. Okay, more expensive for Shock than it should have been. That was some heads-up play from Houston. I mean, they figured out, hey, we dropped this window that blocks out your BAP, even if it does. Like, their window didn't get a ton of value. It's not like they were getting a ton of, oh, pressure on your team's taking a lot of damage. The threat of this window, they used to go, that makes your BAP hide, which gives us time to try to take out your Junkrat, who is not in line of sight of our window. That's effectively how they used that, and that was good. Do I want to re-see that? I kind of do. Let's go back a little further. Nice mystery. Those are fun watches, I'm sure. Okay, so let's rewind this a bit further because clearly this map is going to have a little more back and forth. But, okay. So here we are. This is the fight. Chiobin goes down here. Did Chiobin have to go down? We know how this fight started, and it was an interesting start. So Super has Shatter whenever he wants it. Chiobin is at half health, doesn't have DM left, has to be the case, because otherwise he wouldn't lose his mech here. Yeah. That's not enough to actually use. I mean, you can use it, but okay. Here we are. And why does our junk push so aggressively? Our junk pushes aggressively. Oh, interesting. That's part of the mistake right there. Interesting. I'm not really a fan of the high noon plus window. I think the window was great. I think the high noon was less necessary. And they'd invested the window before that fight went sideways as hard as it looked like it was going to for Houston. Houston is now going to get back into this because, hey, they got the DMAC, and it looks like we know that they do end up getting this Junkrat over here. But you'll notice Nero is choosing to advance here while his Rhine is locked down by this window plus high noon. Like, I don't love this. This is a mistake. Usually you deepen your angles usually you deepen your angles as part of a push, as you're getting ahead. Like, you're winning the fight and you take the deeper angle. And you could say, oh, but Shock is winning this fight. They're up 1.5 people. Yeah, Shock is winning this fight, but you do it while you're actually winning. This is a power burst from Houston with the window and the high noon, and their beat is over. So since this is a power burst from Houston, you're not going to deepen your angle during their power burst necessarily. You're going to stabilize during their power burst. And Nero gets aggressive here, thinking probably he can do something cheeky like, oh no, I'm gonna flush nades down here because it's strong for Junkrat, and then throw a mine, and I'll eliminate Crimzo, eliminate Happy, whatever the case may be here. So this is the risk. He was perfectly safe back here. He had his McCree to help protect him with Flash. The threat of mine, the threat of Flash Diva was going to be overwhelmable, but this here is a case of Nero got too aggressive during it, and that's basically what makes this goes from a fight that Shock was going to win, that Outlaws was happy to empty their ults into to try to win, even though they weren't going to, just because of where the percentages are, to a fight that's close, that Shock now has to empty their ults into. Okay, so now we're using window and beat at the same time, which I don't love. I think one of those would have been fine. And Diva, of course, is answering. Piggy, of course, is answering with self-destruct. And the self-destruct is going to be mostly there as a case of we want to go ahead and you can use self-destruct in a similar way to use beat to cover and engage, or to make people who did beat not have the cover of their beat for their engage. So you throw the self-destruct out, and beat sort of buys you like 6 seconds of a power play. Self-destruct kind of buys you 3 seconds of a power play, and that looks like what we're seeing here. It's a, nope, we're using this to counter your self-destruct. Or to counter part of your beat. Fine. Okay, that's avoided. Chauvin loses his mech again. Houston's gonna have tempo. You don't have health, Tayo. There's the lamp. Okay, that should do it. Okay, so everyone emptied their ults, except for Happy, who got another one in that drawn-out fight, and Hydration, who was in the spawn room and couldn't use his. That, of course, is going to favor Outlaws just in how Koth works, because they got to 99 first, and they can spend all the time in the world getting up to a bunch of ults to then try to take at 99 if they want. And Shock can't drop anything, so they have to be willing to use ults every fight. They're choosing to invest High Noon here. That's fine. They'll get it back. And they're also trying to use it because they'd like to draw anything out of Shock that they have. Okay, Hydration went in. I don't love that timing. So here we are. That's the High Noon. Hydration is deciding that, yes, this is in. My team isn't aggressing. Shock is the one aggressing. Shock more aggressed into the High Noon to say, forget it, we don't want that. And that mostly worked. But because the front lines are met, this is the time for Hydration to go in. So he does. Drop, punch, uppercut. Gets his elimination. That's an all-in. It's an all-in that's going to work, though. Fine. And that is going to be the round. Yep. Okay, so that wasn't crazy in terms of what we saw there. Obviously, the way Outlaws took the last engage was such that they went, hey, usually you might think you're going to beat us in a poke fight with your McCree plus Junkrat. We're going to flip the table on that by using High Noon. So now we beat you in a poke fight. So you either have to go hard out of line of sight, which you're scattered in such a way that you're going to be split if you do so. If you split for our High Noon too hard, then we can just go Speed Boost plus Doomfist engage and potentially get some value. If you rush us, which is what they did, and then throw DM over our McCree's face, pressure him to pull that early, which, that's not always the solution, but that's what they mostly did in this case, then that's going to be, well, you're forcing an early engage before you've gotten a poke lead on us, and since you're forcing the early engage, our Doomfist is just going to crush you. So that was well driven by Outlaws. I liked what I saw here. I don't think it was some terrible performance from Shock though. Um, I think the sim turret investment at the very beginning was probably too aggressive. Like we saw all those sim turrets, all three of them got deployed in basically the exact same spot before we actually knew that Outlaws hadn't even really threatened to go that way very hard. Like before we knew where Outlaws was going, we threw all three sim turrets down, and that meant we had nothing for that first engage, and the whole fight goes a bit from there. There was obviously also the mistake from Narrow, so shock DPS are on my watch list for the moment. Hey Temporal, this game was crazy. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen it yet. I'm reviewing it, so we're gonna see what happens. Just ignoring the knowledge of BAP as much as possible. How you doing? I'm doing well, thanks. Why was Choi in front of Super there? Choi in the last fight? In the last fight, Choi was in front of Super because he'd gone forward to try to absorb the High Noon. He was in front of Super to DM shorter range than Diva players would like, and my guess, if you're thinking about what I'm thinking of, is they were just doing a full play, full push, full rush into the high nooning McCree to try to end that, and he was like, I gotta get up there ASAP to get DM in his face before the high noon is charged enough, and then Ryan will be my follow-up pressure to make sure that that high noon gets pulled or drawn early and not full charge, because if it gets full charge, there won't be enough DM, there won't be enough Ryan shield, etc. He might have been able to save FD God from the Doom there, but he was pulled out of position by having to deal with the High Noon. He had to. He had to be. He can't be in both places at once. So if they'd chosen instead to scatter and try to hide from the High Noon and try to kite the High Noon, yes, that would have been an option to protect from the Doomfist push. But the Doomfist wouldn't have come in if they'd done that, or rather, the Doomfist would have come in, but the Doomfist would have come in while the other 5 people on Outlaws ran over one of these, groups of one of the say 3 groups that Shock had to scatter, had to get into behind cover to hide from the High Noon. Okay, are we just seeing Brawl? We're seeing the Sims. Are they real? What's our changes? Okay, so we're actually going to run the Sims again. We're running the Sims on Garden. Fine. Nothing too wild here. Throwing up the turrets. Okay. Oh, I'm saying nothing too wild. There's a Sigma. That's a little wild. Okay, so we have Sim Brawls in the McCree spots with a Sigma on one side. What is that going to do? Why are you running the Sigma? You're running the Sigma for extra poke. You're running the Sigma for extra poke. It's got to be to win this first fight. What are you thinking you're going to get in this first fight? Is this what you were expecting in this first fight? You're here. You've got your Sigma. They've got their Diva. Obviously, so it's not rare to see, say, Winston come out. Like, this comp with a Winston is pretty common in that it abuses Diva. Because Diva goes, what am I supposed to DM? UnDMable, 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 UnDMable. And so you see this pretty commonly on, say, Night Market, for example, for that first fight. When you expect, okay, both teams are going to be running Sims, etc., we don't need the Diva, and we can abuse them for running a Diva. That type of thing. This must just be the same thing. Obviously, Chiobin has more ability to DM some of Piggy's stuff than would, say, Winston stuff, but this must be their evolution of, hey, we're going to go ahead and run the Sigma. They must think it gives them more flexibility into if they get something they don't expect, or no, they just like the size of this engage a little bit better space-wise to have the Sigma. Okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. If they don't get point control first, they have more poke threat than if they had the Winston. Yeah, I can see that. Sure. Taya was the one that should peel for the Doom push. Tayo was the one that should peel for the Doom push at that moment. Yeah, that would have been fine. Okay, so here we are. Walls come up. Walls came up pretty even. Piggy gets the elimination. Piggy, where are you? You're nowhere special. Okay, just you get the elimination. You're pushing with Piggy's shift. You have person and block advantage. That's over. Okay. The Sigma was also good because it did more for them. If Outlaws didn't get first point control, it did more for them. The way you tend to break points once they set up with their sims is you set up a bunch of angles to poke into them, even as Brawl, and having the Sigma is better than the Winston or the Diva, really, for putting your poke pressure on as you're trying to soften that up to get in. So my thought is if they, didn't get first inside control, that's maybe why they like the Sigma. Or that's contributing to why they like the Sigma. And then Brawl teams are going to rotate through this way, which again is going to give the Sigma more value than the Winston. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Mm-hmm. What do I have ult-wise? Nothing. So first wall comes out, doesn't really get value, so that's going to be good for Shock. This could be Shock's moment. They spent extra health to get in, but they're now going to have wall advantage. Wall advantage, they get an okay wall, they have a window up, fine. That generally happens. The team that's losing tends to get the first window. Didn't actually get enough done during that window. Not the best counter wall, or not the best wall from Houston again here. That's 2 walls in a row that haven't been amazing for hydration. That's a little bit better of a wall from Nero. Okay, more than a little bit better of a wall from Nero. Okay. Oh yeah, sim turrets. You guys are going to remember to use those, huh? Okay. And then the flux just ends it. Nothing too wild there, other than Shock wasn't able to consolidate their lead. They didn't really have a lead, but they weren't able to consolidate their cooldown lead. They felt they were missing too much health, and I think they tried to stabilize, and that was a mistake. They needed to push harder during their walls. Especially the first good wall they had. The second one, it's tough. There's a window. Wait, you're watching this in replay form? Yeah, it's loaded up in the replay viewer now. Went up this morning, or I guess this afternoon. I don't know. Something. It went up for my morning. Sim turrets, pain. Have they threats into this, or was this to rotate in? Where's this TP linked to? Oh, over here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. They're threatening the ability, and I'd like them to take advantage of it, but this is pretty common. You throw a TP as we could go through this TP, so you have to be worried about turning and destroying it. This is pretty common. Looks like they're using it that way as opposed to actually wanting to go through it. Later beat comes from Shock. Later wall comes from Shock. Didn't get enough value out of the Houston sim wall. That's Blizzard. That's scary. But that Reinhardt's pretty protected. Not protected enough. Yeah. Outlaws has mostly just won the last 2 fights by being, we have an extra powerful ult. In the last one, Flux, and this one, Blizzard. Flux again. Let's watch that a little more closely. One more. Okay, so you're running that there. You guys throw up your wall. It's a solid wall. You had to get through the sim TPs. You don't, neither side has their beat. Okay. Window gets answered with wall. Also stops them from following up on their wall. Okay. And then the flux. Chuck has, of course, mirrored their own Sigma, learning on the fly. Since chat is talking about Sigma, I'll get to you in a sec, chat. Yeah, and then you guys just do that, and that should do it. Okay. Okay. So that's clearly the end of that. In terms of that round there, I mean, Outlaws had the better open, and then Outlaws from their better open were able to go, hey, we are going to go ahead and basically have one more ult than you that we're willing to use every fight. That last fight was a little different, but that's mostly what we were looking at there. They had, here's going to be our this, here's going to be our that, and then here's going to be our flux, here's going to be our blizzard, here's going to be our second flux, and then it's really hard in general to advance through the extra poke that they're bringing with their Sigma as opposed to Diva there. So that was cool. Nice little adjustment. Okay. So... Isn't Sig just better with Sim? More shields, let Sim survive longer? Then what? Isn't Sim just better? Then what? I mean, we just saw Tayo on Sim go down to a Fire Strike plus Diva last time. So, like, that Diva can do things, right? Like, Diva can do things. Diva can eat Fire Strikes. Diva can dive on people. Diva can deny heals. Like, Diva's got some good tricks to her, but better than Diva? I mean, in some situations against the Sim, Mei, Reinhardt, plus something else beamy like Winston, yeah, the Sigma would be, like, better than what is really the question. I think what I was having the debate on was the Sigma or the Winston, and I think this point the Sigma makes more sense because again, you've got the Brawl heroes come through here for their retakes, and that gives you a nice long sight line for Sigma to say stand here and just pelt rocks down, pelt pebbles down, etc. Much more so than Winston's not going to do anything to punish this long approach that they have to take down a long quarter until they actually get to the choke. And then they won the first fight. You know, that was fine too. So yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's move on to our next map here. Am I missing anything? When people say peel, what does that mean exactly? It means pull someone off of your player. So it's removing pressure. So if you've got Tracer diving your Ana and your Diva, you could peel by removing pressure. You could peel by throwing DM over your Ana. You could also peel by shooting at the Tracer, because that's going to put pressure on the Tracer, and pressure on the Tracer is going to remove the Tracer, some of the Tracer's pressure from your Ana. Those are examples of what peel means. Doesn't always have to be for your backline, though. You can peel for your Reinhardt. You can peel for, yeah. Anyways, okay. Sigma Shield is more for himself, not for Sim, I think. So it's not like Sigma versus Diva is going to enable Sim to survive for longer. Yeah, I'd mostly agree with that. I'd mostly agree with that. Let's see. I want my Outlaws versus Shock, Blizzard World. It's not like you can't throw it forward, and there might be some thought of we're going to throw it forward at the beginning to enable our sim because there's that much value. Okay, so at this point in the series, the Outlaws are up 1-0 after a pretty dominant 2-0 King of the Hill win. and it's not like, oh my god, they absolutely crushed Shock. Shock didn't know what they were doing, couldn't put any percent on the board type thing. But it was a pretty dominant win. Like, yes, some of those were okay. They won by one ult type things, but they won by one ult repeatedly type things, and they earned that one ult by winning the neutral fight. Okay, so Outlaws are coming out here with their standard brawl. Standard brawl. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. Okay, we're seeing brawl come out from Shock as well. Why are you waiting there? Why are you waiting here trying to stabilize Shock? You can't actually seriously stabilize. Like, you could do a little bit of stabilize, but they have high ground to shoot onto you there. Do you have... Ah, that would be why you're waiting there. Okay. Yeah, you didn't accomplish much. Doing this, that's not wild. This happens. The wall goes up for a bit of a split. The Diva was, of course, ready to. Piggy was going to be ready to booster them and then go out herself to sort of keep them here. The wall was supposed to trap them to keep them here. And this is a, crush pincer play with the Diva with the wall. This is, a little bit scary of a place to rotate through. That said, it's better than trying to rotate through here, where, free wall, etc. So we understand why they're doing it. Uh-huh. So they got their counter wall off, but the counter wall came out late enough that we felt the need for Violet to use the lamp. That's going to be expensive. On the other hand, Piggy should be down boosters for 2 more seconds. So they should be able to put some pressure on Piggy while this is happening. Probably not maybe a freeze. A freeze could help. A freeze would be big. Yep. There we go. So this happened. Piggy used this, and we see, like, hey, this absolutely matters, that Piggy tried to use the boosters, the walls happened, they tried to do this, and they didn't immediately get enough value out of the Shock. They tried, they got close to enough value, but the Shock was able to get a pretty good wall, and even though they invested their lamp, which is a big deal, they've invested their lamp, we do see that they're able to, because their wall is up, go, okay, even though we don't love that we had to use our lamp here, we can get it back on the hero that's used the cooldown that matters. And once a hero uses their defensive cooldown, they're going to be vulnerable. And 600 HP or not, Piggy had used their defensive cooldown. They'd converted boosters into an offensive cooldown to try to make Shock be stuck there, and well, they got some value. They didn't get a trade, so now they trade back on Piggy. Good. Interesting. Super, you need to push in while this window's up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, so I don't want Super being passive right now. I don't. I still don't. No. Okay. Shock should still be able to win this out just fine, yeah. Good. So we saw how the trade happened there. Outlaws had a play. It was a reasonable play to try to make where they were going to try to pincer and trap Shock, but Shock were able to weather it and then punish the Diva that had invested her resource. Then they had the split here, of course. This was Violet off alone. Mei went to push the windowed Violet, and then Shock went, no, we're going to stabilize while our Diva peels the Mei, and that was enough. Why is Houston holding on this high ground instead of the right side corner point like you often see in ladder, because they had a play in mind. They were up here. They were going, we want this poke. We want the slightly better poke that we get from here. And they had a play in mind with their wall, with their diva, to try to trap and split them as they explosively ran onto them. You know, they have access to whoever they want up here. They themselves can't be meaningfully walled up here. They can hit an okay, not a perfect, but an okay wall on this. To split it as Shock is running across. They can use their diva to help pincer it. Clearly they had a play in mind, and the play almost worked. It was scary enough to get lamp, right? That's a play. Okay, are they both just gonna play for high ground control? How boring. Correct, but boring. Why does happy? Okay. Okay. They use that. They use that to take space. It shouldn't get eliminations. Oh, but it's gonna leave Violet separated. Okay. Yeah. And while Violet's separated, they use the high noon to make space. Violet got separated by it. That's a mistake on Shock's part. The wall's going to go up as long as that payload doesn't break it. It didn't. They get to go take out BAP. Mm-hmm. And now Shock just lose. Good on Shock to get the lamp out. Getting a lot of distance for a fight that you just lose. Shock? Okay, Shock. Let's be clear here, Shock. You lost your BAP. You lost your BAP, and now you've lost your McCree. And your BAP is just walking out of spawn now, and you just lost your McCree. The fight is over. The fight is over, but you got the cart far enough that it's as if you won the first fight. So no problem. No problem. This is fine. This is totally fine with you, Shock. Totally fine. What? Nero? Nero? What do you see, Nero? What do you see that makes you think this is a good idea? You didn't pop this when you were only down one, and by the way, that one was your BAP, so I'm not a fan. There's no like redundancy replacement for BAP. Lucio does not put out the healing. Yes, you could say we're still gonna do it. There's ways to do 5v6s without your BAP, especially when you have beat. But like, this is a 4v6. Yes, you have beat. This is a 4v6. It's not a surprise like, oh, it just happened at the same time I pressed the button that this became a 4v6. You don't have wall to trap them in this blizzard. What are you doing? Why? Why? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Dante's blizzard gets canceled. That's cool. Oh, now FD God. Invest beat thinking, yeah, we've clearly called that we're going to win this as a 5v6 without our bat because we've blizzarded, so let me beat to sustain. Why, guys? Like, yeah, you might actually win, but like, okay, let's see what happens here. You're taking advantage of your pincer. Okay. So you hit the blizzard. You hit your blizzard. Fine. Blizzard. We've now got that going on. Dante takes down Striker. That happened before the blizzard. We see this blizzard gets canceled, and it gets canceled in theory by what? What did Nero's? No, not Nero's. What did? Oh, it got canceled by getting frozen. Okay, cool. And that should be enough to finish off the Rhine being frozen. Yeah, that finishes off the Rhine. Beat comes out. Beat comes out as the Rhine gets finished. It's enough to protect Cherubin's mech. And now you should have Violet coming back. Yeah, Violet's going to come back and be able to finish off Happy because Happy's stuck. So the timing is going to work out. The timing of your respawn is going to work out to give you a strong, aggressive off angle. And Joby's too late on his beat. And now it's a shock one. Okay. I still would have preferred not to do that, but yes, that is what you can get away with. They did have the conditions met that they needed, which is if we're going to fight without our BAP, we're going to do it at a time when we have our beat and we can sustain with our beats. I'm not still in love with the call to use the Blizzard here, especially without wall available, but they went, hey, we're going to have a good pincer. We have enough going on over here. I'm still not thrilled. I'll just have to get over it. But let's take a look. Give me my mouse back, please. I want to see it again. What did it cost? Everything? They gave it their all? Yeah, they did. They did. But they got it. So, like, they got the team fight win. Can't knock it too hard if they got the team fight win. But I do want to see it one more time. You did get the lamp out of them before you chose to go for this. That is meaningful. You did get the good wall. So you do have your resources, and that's their boosters. You do actually have your resources in a good place. Yeah, I wasn't considering that strong enough. We had a good wall from Shock. We were able to get lamp and boosters. Don't care about that. The High Noon breaks shield before Striker goes down. I still would have said it's a 4v6, but they do have some pretty massive cooldown advantages. Yeah, if the Rhine's got no shield left at this point, yeah, I see why he does it now. That's a pretty massive defensive cooldown lead. I still disagree. Like, I still do disagree, but Jagu is going to be frozen. Like, 100%. 100% Jangu does get frozen here and does get eliminated. And you get Ice Block out of it too. That Ryan's not that dangerous to you, and you know before your Ryan. Now there goes Super Shield, and FD God and Super aren't too worried about that because they know that FD God is going to pop beat if they're going to stay in this fight. So Super just gets to swing. Oh, Super hits the pin. And then we should have FD God going, hey, I'm going to hit beat. Too late. FD God's beat is too late. He must have been holding to make sure that they got that Rhine elimination before he wanted to beat. Doesn't look like he got beated up. And then Nero, of course, wins that because Ice Block advantage, because beats advantage, because everything. And that's too late. Okay. And then they have their lamp because they had lamp advantage from a good 15 seconds ago. Okay. Good read. Good read. Are there things Houston should have been able to do about that? Probably not. Probably not, actually. Once that Rhine shield was broken, that was probably pretty decided. Interesting. Okay, Shocker choosing to take high ground before the next fight as our Outlaws. Chauvin is going to do the cart push. I feel like you're going to want that wall back. It's not a terrible wall, but I think you're going to want it back. Okay. Maybe not if you're going to high noon here. Dang. Oh, I see that again. What if Houston had pathed over high ground to cart rather than straight there? Houston absolutely could have pathed over high ground to cart, but they felt like, yeah. So I'm not saying there's nothing Houston could have done. After Houston had the one person advantage, they absolutely could have consolidated that more before choosing to push, but they thought they were fine to push because they were pushing into a 5v6 and they didn't want the cart to just move forever. If they'd pathed through high ground, that would have been better, but it also would have taken more time. And you'll notice Shock had already gotten the effective distance of winning a team fight without having yet won a team fight. In fact, in the team fight that they were losing. Okay, I wanted to see this. You have 575 HP. You have half DM. Your decision... Interesting. That was pretty good. Talk about managing his mech health. Took the first bullet on his body and then DM'd from that high noon without losing the mech. Cool, cool. Okay. Meanwhile, Shock has their window going and should pretty easily be able to finish this out from here. They shut down what they needed to. Oh, they used a lamp though. Maybe not so easy. And now how Houston has the much better concave. Houston has the much better concave. Okay, but if you get that aggressive happy, things are going to happen. But numbers should still do this for Houston. So many high noons. So many high noons. Press Q to respawn. Okay. Some position jockeying there. That was fun. I did like the, hey, we're going to wall you here to slow you down, to poke you out a bit. Now, once you get to here, now we're going to use a big poke ult on you, and you're going to have to decide, well, are you going to invest your wall that you thought you were going to defend against it, that you thought you were going to be able to use to split us since we'd invested here? Okay. Happy was watching... Troy was watching Happy's nerve impulses to know when he was going to fire the first Tynoon shot, then DM the second, right? uh... But not just his, he was watching everyone else's nerve impulses to make sure that he could take the bullet from the first one without losing his mech. Because if he took too much chip damage from everyone else, he's not going to be able to DM the rest of the shots because the first bullet would have broken his mech. Mm-hmm. Do we have anything interesting to break this with? Not super interesting. Okay, you're just gonna have to wall. Okay, that was nice. Wall wasn't good enough, and why are you still pushing? Why? Super. What? They have a window. They raised a wall that didn't split anyone. You should just go, okay, cool, and wait back here. So that their window is wasted by their wall. They're going to drop their wall and continue shooting at you, but why are you pushing forward, letting the wall split you? Super? Super? Okay. They decided that everyone was going to get around the wall. And, like, that's got some surprise factor value to it. Like, aha, we're going to push around your wall when you would expect us to hide behind it. But, like, I still don't think it's right. I still think they'd have been perfectly happy to just go, nope, we'll wait till you drop your wall. We'll raise our own in front of your window and we'll push. That would have been fine. We've now effectively used our beat to rotate. Wall and window. Shock don't have any good concave right now. That's only partially blocked. Does he have his answer? No. Only ult that they have is Blizzard in that. Blizzard comes out from Houston. Where is our high noon? Happy right there. I mean, okay. Can attackers teleport across the water on second point here? Teleport across the water. I don't think so. I don't think you have anything stable enough or the right distance for a TP. Yeah, I don't think you have a good path there. Okay. Yeah, so Shock started that all with our surprise. We're going to go around your wall on the high ground thing, which they basically just wasted beat into, as far as I'm concerned. And then didn't ultimately win. Treobin's trying to get his mech back. Cav's mech back. We're doing this high ground rotation again. Are we going to see the same thing here? We could. This time, the Outlaws don't have a high noon or window to use as their poke ult for here, but they do have a Widowmaker, and Happy is playing over here as the Widowmaker. Surely Shock know this, so what's going to happen? Now Shock are going to do what they did. No wall? No wall to try to contain them? To get high noon value? You're here. You're not going to throw up a wall. Okay. You're going to use Chibin to bait the trap to try to force them to drop so that you get high ground advantage. Fine. Diva's match. Happy, of course, does that. Like, it was that was always going to happen. Like, that was always going to happen. I'm not quite sure what the thought was here. I guess we can go over to the fight. Ryan hits the pin. Lamp is out, pinned away from the lamp.
60 seconds remaining.
Okay. Should be able to consolidate that. No, good, just barely out in time. But is it going to be enough? This is just a messy brawl at this point. Fine. eyes. Okay, Shock have the Blizzard to win this. It's tough, but they can do it. They're gonna go low ground push.
10 seconds remaining.
Low ground push is fine. Where's your Widow playing from? You do have to have the good understanding of that. Happy's playing from here. Okay.
Time to raise my APM.
It's the window. The wall isn't good. Oh no, the wall is there. Okay, fine. That's for the window. Fine. Yeah. Why did you not get better value out of that? The lamp. Okay. You specifically wanted that over there, and then the lamp post got in the way. Okay.
APM 좀 올려볼까?
Mm-hmm.
Time to raise my APM. 动住，不许走。
Just old Bonanza? Old Bonanza, guys? Okay, we'll just old Bonanza. I mean, that was literally, let's just cash in all the ults and it'll work, which is, you know, well, that's not quite true, but we go back here and we look at this and go, the ults that they had going into this fight, they were going to use, and they did, and that's good. If Q, then Q. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I can talk about the ult game. More interesting to me is how they set up the fights, what they do to answer some of this stuff. We do see that Outlaws is back off of the Widow, and now Happy's moved over to the Hanzo here. That's going to be much the same thing. You know, kind of your compromise between McCree and Widow. Hanzo's playing over there. Nice off angle. Nothing too wild here. We've got our High Noon coming out from Striker. We've seen both of our walls have gone off. Neither of our walls have serious value here. Okay. Drew some DM there. There's the window. This is the same thing that happened before, where this cart has effectively moved forward as if they've won a fight when they haven't actually won a fight yet. And I don't love this. And yes, they went down right at the end of second, so they were going to get some distance into first here. But this is moved far enough that Shock really only need to win one fight and then do a little bit of cleanup to do this. And this is the second point that Outlaws have done this on. This is a cart management issue for Outlaws, I'd argue. Obviously, there's some advantages to going, no, we want the perfect fight. We want the perfect fight because if we win, we'll then win 3 in a row. But I'm not a fan. Okay, so we see windows come out on both sides. What exactly did we combo to get down our Reinhardt to start this fight? Here we are. We have beat going. We have window going. And that's just too much poke for Jongu there. And then Super gets walled off. Super still has a little bit of beat health and is choosing to swing through it. That last swing was whatever. He had beat health. I don't think it was necessary. The guy was in a lamp. You weren't going to get him. But you then go around. Good of you to slide around. Shatter? Shatter? Okay. You can shatter into that if you want. That's not going to stop me. Your Lucio's here to follow up. You should be able to get most of Dante. Okay. And your team mostly falls up on it. A little dicey to have to spend a lamp there, but they shouldn't get a clean recontest. They'll get a recontest, but they shouldn't be able to come back in with 6. They should be having... Oh, they don't touch any recontest. Yeah, I'm going to repeat. There's some cart management issues for Outlaws here. They played well enough that this did not have to be a case of shock finish with 20 seconds left if they just literally managed the cart a bit better. Chosen to take some extra fights, not let the carts go, oh, you're going to get all this distance on first, then or first on second, then on third here. Shock did, of course, they did play well. They did play well on second, at least. On second, they got a lot of time off the bank for Shock to win the second half of second. Outlaws made that very, very challenging. They had some good use. They had the nice widow swap there where that was always going to be hard to solve without just going, well, we get in one where we don't get picked and then we use enough ults to win, which is kind of what happened. Um, Outlaws has been setting up good concaves. Outlaws poke damage from their concaves from having to get pushed into has been quite good. So definitely seeing some nice things here. Do want to continue here and see what their concaves look like in the other direction. Also want to see if they could, I want to see what their brawl is going to look like, their more standard brawl, because we haven't really seen enough of that yet when they have to be the attackers. It's a little easier to set your concaves when the opponents have to push into you. But also, again, that shouldn't have been a 20-second finish. It's not that that shouldn't have been. Like, Shock did earn their first fight win on first. They did get third in basically one fight. So that's not fair to me to say. Outlaws had a really strong second half of second point specifically, and everything else just went pretty hard in Shock's favor. We roof surfing? Okay. Shock are choosing to set up here as well. This is my first watch, Enrique. Is Houston's mistake that they just need to initiate fights instead of letting Shock initiate? Not necessarily, no. You corner advantage is very real in Brawl. Like, being the team that has to get pushed into is very, very real as Brawl. But what you do is you go, hey, maybe that's a way to think about it. What you do is you go, if you're the defenders, you can still go, hey, we're going to post up here and you have to push into us. Or we're going to post up here and you have to push into us. And now we have our defender's advantage. Now, if the attacking team wins this and runs their front line all the way up here, you now have a decision to make of, are we going to initiate into your front line? Are we going to initiate into you? Or are we going to let you push the cart from here all the way to here without a real contest? And that's too far. You have to, or this rather is too far. You do have to take a fight somewhere in like this-ish territory so that you get 2 fights on second, which they really didn't. They, took the fight like when the cart was here-ish, and that meant that they should have been back with some of their response to touch, but this should have been a contest touch thing. They didn't even get that, but they weren't going to be in a position to get a real fight unless they turned a contest touch thing. That they would have started behind in. So I don't know that I'd say it's initiating fights. Like, yes, you do have to recognize that you have to initiate fights if the team posts up ahead of the cart, which good teams should do when they have control of the fight. So yeah, you could call it that. I don't know if that really applies here. Here they did this. I don't really think this was a initiate fight issue. I think they initiated this fight just fine. I think they just didn't accept that, wait, we just can't let the cart move that far. Like, our D.Va or Lucio has to go stop cart for a moment. Like, this can't be allowed to move as much as it did. They did we're going to go through here, we're going to do this, we're going to push you out, and now we're going to keep chasing you, and the cart got all the way to here, and they probably just needed to go, you guys are pushing your cart with someone. Yes, it's better to win the fight than stop the cart, but after we think we've won the fight, which they should have thought earlier, maybe we're going to go send someone to touch the cart. Or maybe we're going to go do our touch the cart thing, but maybe we're going to go, hey, just send our D.Va to touch it for a moment type thing as we're on our way through and she can pincer like this. I'd have to re-look at exactly how this ended, what the respawns looked like when they capped first. But yeah. Okay. You missed out because this was a nerve-wracking game. Yeah, I heard. I was, working during it. I had stuff to do. But that's okay. We're seeing it now, and we're seeing it with the benefit of the replay viewer. Okay, so Shock chose to start up there, but they did the more standard. We'll poke for a moment from up here. And then we'll retreat 2 points, and we'll use the point sort of as our cover, as our corner that they have to initiate around, and corners are strong for us. Cool. More standard. Hanzo's posting up over there. Lucio's up over there. That's a pretty deep leaving of your corner control there, Super. There you go. Yeah. That's kind of going to happen eventually. I mean, they do have that on you. You have to decide, are we going to repeatedly contest this with our Diva, which they did once, but their Lucio came back. Like, you have to decide how you're going to do this. And if you're doing our Diva's going to contest this, the Lucio's going to go back to help this. Maybe the idea was, okay, if that's the response, we'll do it again. And when their Lucio goes back, we'll push, and we'll push our 5v4. Maybe that was the plan. Because you can't just sit here forever while they've got this unless you actually understand that this really means this, and this gives him a lot of sight onto the point. I hope there was a plan tempo-wise on next Diva's next booster cycle, we're going to go do this, and we're going to push them at the same time. Yes, it means giving up your corner advantage, but that's okay, giving up your corner advantage, because you think you have a temporary numbers advantage. Hopefully that was the plan. And if it wasn't the plan, you'd have expected them to respect the sightline a little bit more, is the honest answer. Because you could go either way. You could go, we're going to initiate while our Diva Lucio while our Diva sort of does a bait thing over here on the Hanzo to draw the Lucio, or you could do well, we're just actually going to play quite tight here and go, nope, this is fine, not let the Hanzo have any shots on us, and when you do finally cave and advance on us, we're going to have the better ice wall because we're defending. Okay. Super's got a lamp, but that lamp has no health left. The windows are up on both sides. That May wall is up. It's an aggressive swing. Are you out of shield, Super? Effectively. Okay. I want to see that shatter. Did that work? Like, I don't think that worked. Here you are. Did this block it? Or did this block it? Huh. They've reworked Shatter too many times. I'm not even sure anymore. How do you get these replay codes? I've been wanting to VOD review on my own. They're in... Here, I'll show you. If you want to review these, you go here, and in here you can see there's Overwatch Live, but you can also, in this little drop-down menu, go over to Overwatch League Current. Okay, so we're back on this. We're still... should still be down one. Oh no, coming back here. Striker's coming back here because this fight has gone on long enough. Cool. Better shatter from Jagu there. Super is out of resources. Oh my goodness, Super could not be more out of resources, and there he goes. And that's the tank line. Shock's tank line is gone right as their hit scan returns. Okay. Long drawn out fight there, but Outlaws do grind it out. And you see it took about a minute and a half, but they ultimately did win what was their first fight. No problem, Enrique. Okay. Shocker pushing through here. Let's see if they do a better job of getting the cart stopped. Is their whole team here? Their whole team is here. Violet will just hop up. Let's see if this cart gets stopped a little bit sooner. Battle over siege tank. Nothing wild there. Super, what are you up to? What are you up to, Super? Oh, they have a plan. There's a sonic arrow, so I don't know how good this plan is going to be, but they have a plan. That was probably a plan specifically to surprise them. Surprise value is part of it, but you know, like, hey, we get to engage, but probably the real value was because we surprise you, we won't get walled. That didn't happen. Oh, now Shocker going to take the high ground off of it. Yeah, I think that Sonic Arrow ruined their day a little. Okay. We're going to continue. We're going to continue the investing blizzards into fights where we're down, which isn't the end of the world. They're only down 1. That's not undoable by any means. And Piggy is in bad shape right here. They'll be able to break this in time. They got a good wall off. There's no way these tanks don't get frozen. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Does Chiobin have resources? No. Chiobin has nothing to deal with this happy situation. Super, bye. Okay. Super had enough shield left. That's good. So Super is going to survive, get healed back up. Good! Yeah, that was fine. That was a good little trap here. I see why they wanted it. They had blizzards, so they specifically went, it's this. Surprise value would have been great, but what they were really after is we want to be able to hit our wall here from this side, because this, they felt... If Shock is, this was good. If Shock is approaching from this direction and they put a wall up here, this is a giant kill box that their tanks can't really back out of. It's really hard to back out of this. Like they'd be, they'd be going through here, them going, oh no, we have to go back this way. It's just too far because it even extends further than this. It extends out to here. It extends out to here. It's like such an extreme place to try to back out of. That said, it did mean that they had to play in it themselves while this Hanzo was on high ground, and that almost did cost them, but they had just enough resources to hang on. That ride shield you saw was Super had no health, and that Rhine shield was almost gone too before he was able to get back to cover, then win the fight, etc. So cool. Carts move pretty far, but they do still have a couple seconds to stop it before it matters. Problem is this is now going to get them pincered, so they're going to open the window here. Interesting. Super's going to keep advancing because he wants the cart. Makes sense to me. This is a better stop than we saw from Outlaws so far, but what we're going to run into is that Happy is still right behind and is going to be a problem for the backline. Like, why is Happy not already destroyed the backline? Oh, because Happy went here? Why did you go here, Happy? Why didn't you just from here do your work? Huh, okay. And of course this window isn't helping with that. Violet, do you still have your shift left? Violet does not have his shift left, but it'll be up soon. But he can pretty easily heal Chiobin to handle that. Super will get frozen and immediately eliminated. And now this is going basically how it did for Shock, except now for Outlaws. Self-destruct, plural, messy. Good. Shot closed out. Cart advanced a little bit less than it had, but more importantly, they got the win. In that cart advancing a little less than it should have. Oh, and they're going for the fat baby Diva Stagger. Nice. Yeah, so that's a cart difference. Are they going to now set up on high ground? Interesting. Where did Violet go down? Or was he just not respawned yet? Just not respawned yet. Okay.
It's high noon.
Mm-hmm. It's both ice walls. That's not great for shock. You've basically just traded high noon for time. You have your splits. You're letting them push a little bit, which is fine. Taking a while to get that high ground control, and you're deciding to play it the same way they did. Okay.
Defense matrix activated.
They popped the balloons.
I'm gonna shoot you down.
You would be happy if Overwatch 2 just got rid of bugginess with things like Earth Shatter. It would be nice. Okay, let's take a look here because this is the opening of the fight.
I'm gonna shoot you down.
So you throw up the ice wall. Window comes out. Reinhardt, of course, breaks that ice wall, no problem. Doesn't really get his team taxed very much. Yeah, I think... Well, let's see. That wall didn't get a ton done for Houston. This window now, though, isn't getting a ton done. It's keeping Outlaws separated, but not so much so that... Not with a big enough opening that Shock is willing to run down the Diva plus Dante core over there. Or Ryan plus Dante core over there, excuse me. Okay, Chiobin's boosters just got forced. Back to team. Cart's getting too much movement. You need to be finding poke value. You're dropping? Okay, you're dropping because you want to contest. And now you're set up with your concave on Shock side to a degree. Let's see how Houston's concave looks. Just the BAP, really. FD God's going to deal with that. I'm a little disappointed that we're just getting FD God to deal with this. I would like to see a little bit more of a pairing from FD God plus Chiobin to go take this out, but I suppose that Chiobin doesn't have the resource for that right now, the health. No, that wall's not good enough. Immediately brings it down. The window comes up, and while Shock do have a health lead, they don't have a wall to answer that. They don't have a wall to answer that. They might have to beat. They might have to beat and hard push through this window.
冻住，不许走！
There's our beat.
冻住，不许走！
And then Blizzard. Okay. Yep. They answered it how we expected them to. Good. Okay. They're setting up for a close high ground hold. Need to watch out for someone back capping, but there aren't a ton of great back capping options in a standard brawl. If you can have just FD God deal with the off angle, why have Chio also deal with it? Because I'm looking to actually turn it into a play. What actually works pretty well is if you go, hey, we have... Well, let's go back to where it actually happened. So if you're here and you have... You have Crimzo up here. You can send FD God to deal with it. That's fine. But if you send FD God plus Choyobin to deal with it, what ends up happening is that A is real elimination threat. FD God isn't a real elimination threat. The pair of them are a real elimination threat, so you could actually win there. But more importantly, this is one of those things where these two leaving the front line, if you do this while the front lines have met, while you have actual front line fighting actual front line in an actual brawly type scenario, isolating out the BAP and not letting the BAP contribute is a pretty big deal. And it might not seem like it, where it's like, oh, but like you're missing your Lucio and your Diva. So surely that's a bigger deal. But with how the comp is designed, with how the resources work, like if you can't contribute with this for a little bit, unless you have beat, it that's tough. That's really tough. It either forces Lamp early, it forces the BAP to just go, here, let me throw a Lamp, which he kind of needs his Lamp for himself, or it forces a bunch of resources to come back and help Peel with this while this front line pushes. This tends to force a disproportionate response if you can isolate out, I'm isolating out the wrong persons, but if you can isolate out the BAP. So it's less about like, oh, we're trying to make this BAP leave from the off angle, and it's more about we're trying to like not let BAP play the game, not let BAP prop up his front line while our front lines meet. That's more what it's about. Oh, more than just hurting them back into their team. Hey, Angry Llama. So yeah, you got it now, Nordstrom. It's the scarf. Yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna go back here. This is a hard advance. Do Outlaws have any tools to get in? Shatter's not really going to do it, and they have a window and a high noon that they have to push into. This is going to be tough. They have time for more than one push, but this is going to be tough because they have to push into poke ults on a portion of the map that is very poke strong. So they're just going to take it slow to try to build ults themselves. Okay. I say as they throw self-destruct. Okay, so now they've changed their mind completely, and so they you guys saw there what they did is they only had Shatter. We'll go back a few more seconds. Come on. Mouse. Okay, we'll rewind 5 seconds at a time since I can't have a mouse. Okay, super chat. It's the Scarf. I have inside knowledge that Temporal is a cyborg controlled by an army of scarf designers. I pay to spit truth to your followers. Okay. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of cybernetic enhancements from the Scarf. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so here we are. We are going to look at this. Oh yes, so this is what we were talking about. They built up their self-destruct. They built up their beat. They're building up because they don't have good poke ults. Because they don't have good poke ults on Outlaw side, and they know Shock has good poke ults, they've decided we're going to charge up our three of our four best sort of rush ults, our sort of brawl ults, and they're just not going to be able to get to Blizzard, which would be probably the strongest ult. Maybe beats the strongest ult, probably beats the strongest ult, but they're going to charge up these three ults, and then they're just going to try to go fast. They're going to try to just go 3, 2, 1, go, 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 and we're just going to overrun you between, we're going to be like self-destruct, and then when self-destruct is done 3 seconds of buying time during the rushdown, now we can beat to cover 6 more seconds of time or so, and then we can try and get a shatter in during all this power play, and that's going to win us the fight. Like, that's probably what they're looking to do here, what they're looking to do. They're playing slow to get their ults to play fast would be how you could think about that. But they're going, hey, we're going to force a run them down fast, overwhelm them, brawl them out type thing instead of poke. That's what they're looking for, but they do some poke to get that. And they need to try to manage their resources right. If in this little poke phase, then they'd been able to get a window or a high noon out of Shock, that would have been great, but Shock won't cough it up. But the problem is, even though that's what they want, this isn't a very good place for that win condition. And that's what I was talking about before, where this isn't a very good place for the we're just going to run you over win condition that option that Brawl has, because this is such a poke favored portion of the map. So, okay, they do that, but Shock is of course like, okay, so you're clearly going to run at us hard here. You're clearly running at us hard. You've shown your hand that you're running at us hard by doing the first step of that, which is walking forward and throwing your self-destruct. So we're going to throw up a wall to keep you guys out. And the only people that are getting over that wall to start are going to be the self-destruct and Happy, who then drops back. But it looks like there's enough of a wide angle here that Crimzo is able to get this done. And Crimzo being able to get this done is a pretty big deal. That just put them up. So Crimzo is able to hop up here, get the pick off under the cover of the self-destruct, under the cover of Nero being distracted, going, I have to get the wall up. The most important thing is I get the wall up to stop this aggressive push. And it won't fully stop it, as we've seen before. You can hop around this wall, or there's ways in some situations to hop around this wall like Shock did earlier. That happens. Okay, so the plan worked. The plan worked quite well for Outlaws, in part because Crimzo was able to take advantage of the distraction, in part because the self-destruct got an elimination.
It's Hanu.
Nope. Nope. You're trying to do that, but they're not biting on letting you have space back with your High Noon. Blocks the shatter. Wall goes up. Not the best wall.
It's
But ultimately do lose super, and that High Noon's going to be enough to cap. Yep. You can tell when I'm on mobile because typos spike up. Fair enough. Fair enough. Pushing through. Are they going to take an earlier fight? Okay. So at least their earlier fight is being prevented. Like, it looks like Shock want to take this earlier fight, but you'll notice when Shock were pushing up here, they didn't like invest a High Noon or a window to stop Shock or to stop Houston from pushing into them. Houston just didn't stop them until the cart got further. So here, if you're going, we're going to trade a High Noon, we're going to trade a window for space, and then the other team decides, well, we're not going to fight through that. That would be silly, and you effectively win most of the distance or some of the distance that you would have gone through a team fight. You won't get the full distance, but some of what you would have gone through a team fight. I am not knocking teams choosing not to engage through those. That said, Super says, forget it. I am very much going to do this. And this is probably Super trying to turn around the play that Jonggu got on him before, where the window goes up, and as the window goes up, he's shattering because he saw the window went up in front of the Reinhardt, so he expects that the Reinhardt is going to fire strike. You also have Chiobin, who's expecting the fire strike because he's already DMing as soon as this window goes up over the Reinhardt. He's actually DMing better than that. He's DMing over the Reinhardt, but he's DMing across the window to get maximum surface area blockage so that these micro missiles, for example, are being eaten. The fire strike would be eaten. Shots from Dante would be eaten. Happy shots might be eaten, depending on the angle. So this is a good post out from Chiobin here. Super's low on health, but is getting the protection from the DM, and Jonggu was not, in fact, going for the fire strike, and was, a little bit further away there, maybe got a little more reaction time than Super did earlier. That lamp goes down. That lamp immediately gets destroyed because the lamp went down inside of the window. Like, that was going to get destroyed quickly. The tanks have pushed through the window, but they're low on resources. There's no lamp. Super's low on health. Chiobin's missing about 30% of his health. I think this is going to be rough. I think that they do get the shatter. Probably means this fight is over unless they can very quickly find a good connection with their Blizzard, and I don't expect that with where Nero is right now. There's the later lamp from Outlaws. There's mirrored walls. We do see that Blizzard go up from Nero. We see the counter Blizzard basically the same time they went off. Okay, sure. Now we're just going to everyone press Q. Self-destruct goes off from Chobin. FD God throws that. So this is sort of the inverse, where we saw Outlaws were like, we're going to use a poke ult, and Shock were like, no, we have all of our brawl ults. We're going to go in. We're going to try to shatter you. We're going to try to blizzard. We're going to beat. Like, we are increasing the power of our close range brawl. That is what we are doing, and we are running at you, and we are just going to brawl, brawl, brawl. But yeah, they were trying to do it through a window. Outlaws had some stuff. Fine. This still could be anyone's fight. Both lamps come out again. Second time this fight.
It's Hanu.
That wasn't great from Happy. They had already cleaned up enough. They had control of that firing lane.
It's
Okay. So here you see, even though Shock basically lost this fight up here that they heavily invested ults in, the card hasn't moved very much in this lost fight. They did some hay contest, some hay getting out of their people, and now they're going to get another real team fight. Like, this is the difference in cart management that we're seeing between these teams. Okay, they lost people, but they're still going to get a real 6-person contest. There's the window on both sides. Mirrored windows, fine. That's unfortunate. Super goes down. His resources had been drained at that point. Shatter goes off. Lamp comes out. Nothing to destroy the lamp. Where was Violet? That was pretty good. Violet was standing right here. That went right there. Violet was thinking the pillar was his cover. That was pretty good. There were ways to avoid it still, of course. You could have tucked here, but then you're in line of sight from them. Meanwhile, we have the blizzard going out here. It's just going to be a messy fight for a moment. It looks like it's going to go in favor of Houston. Shock have respawn advantage. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That happened. 1 second difference there in the times. Looks like 20 seconds versus 19 seconds for finish, so they both get an extra push. Could still very much go either team's way. These teams are looking pretty evenly matched on this map. What can we say? Could have put a pinky toe on Immortality. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Ready for battle. Ready. Ready for battle. Ready for battle.
And let's see. Oh, or Shock. No, they're not actually going to throw the Doomfist at us. The Doomfist is pretty common on Blizzard World. It can definitely be a Doomfist Brawl map, but haven't seen a ton. Well, we saw the Doomfist Brawl on Control Center. Haven't seen it since. Shock want to go this way. Houston are still going to go here. Let's see if they get better success this time. Chobin's quite weak, and so is Violet. I expect they're just going to run it this time. I think Houston's going to have more success this time. That's not deep enough. Maybe not. Maybe they're not going to have more success. That's not deep enough. They did. Good. Counterpin. Lamp comes out. They're more in Houston space, so Houston wins it because effectively Super was pinned in, again, space more controlled by Outlaws. And Outlaws should just clean this up. The elimination on Happy matters a little. They just have to go straight to point. They don't really get to group up at all. Well, they get to group up a tiny bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Cherubin will touch. He touched. Okay.
Overtime.
Wall's probably not quite strong enough. It's got value. It's got value. It's just not the decisive win that they need. You need to actually push in and take this fight a little. Mm-hmm.
It's a new.
That's mostly corner advantage. There was nothing atrocious from Shock there. That was mostly corner advantage. Okay, let's keep it going. See if Shock can do the same. Force a draw.
Initiating match. Ready. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Ready for battle.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective
ATM 좀 올려볼까?
Shock are gonna do the soft retreat again. Yep. They clearly have their differences in opinion and how to play this. I probably lean towards Shocks. Myself. Houston have certainly, Houston got success one time like this. The other time they're diva fed like this. So, we've seen it work both ways for them. This would probably be the more standard. I don't think this is bad though. It's not like, oh my god, why are they doing this? It's just a higher risk, higher reward thing. Ryan swinging through walls at each other, not actually hurting each other. You didn't need to give away that bit of shield there, Super. Cool, cool. So you guys saw FD God came along the outside, hit the boop to knock these guys further in. And what knocking these guys further in does is it creates a situation where, hey, we can see them to shoot at them. And like our whole team can see them to shoot at them, was they're the only ones that can see our team. So it's sort of a little mini 2v6 type situation. So that was a good job. He should have been blocked by Joby, but Joby just wasn't paying attention. That's Joby's job, by the way. Joby's job is literally in these Rhine battles. This is what Lucios do. They do this. Usually, it would be more of a like, hey, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna knock the Rhine in, or if you're pushing and I don't like it because my Rhine's losing, I'm gonna knock your Rhine out. This is a slightly different variant of that, where he's knocking backliners into line of sight of his backliners, which is still valid. But usually, Joby would also be playing around this similar area to try to go for the same thing himself, or to try to duel the other Lucio to not let him do it. Now, there's other things Lucio can do. It's not like that's Lucio's only job. We've talked about the Lucio Diva backline dive, we'll call it, freeze, whatever, onto Baps, onto McCree's. Like, we've talked about that. But he's just sort of back here poking right now, it looks like. So, little bit outplayed there.
30 seconds remaining.
Defense matrix activated.
Okay, that one was just a more standard, hey, I'm keeping Piggy out. And then Nero was able to get Crimso. Okay, cool. You can't get caught, FD God. Okay, and FD God is continuing to boop them backwards in part to put more pressure on them, it looks like, because they have to touch, and that makes their life a little more difficult. Okay. Ult-wise, is anyone gonna get in trouble? No. Don't chase in there. Don't you dare chase in there.
10 seconds
Mm-hmm.
remaining.
Vide mal suyo!
That wasn't an amazing window. Like, that was... I don't love that. It was predictable that they'd answer that window by going over here, and there's no reason that this window couldn't have been set more like this, so that you could shoot them here, but still have a portion of your window available to shoot them through in this direction. We could have definitely made that a better window.
冻住，不许走！
Mm-hmm.
Vide mal suyo!
Mm-hmm. And here comes our draw.
Getan.
So that's fun. We've got ourselves a draw. I am probably going to stand by what I said, which is Outlaws had the better second point. Really defensively is what I mean, but Shock did manage the cart a little bit better. In terms of differences between individual players, I haven't seen a ton of things jumping out at me. I've definitely seen Nero a little more willing to go for some of these more aggressive blizzards that we saw some good FD God stuff here, definitely. Supers maybe looked a little shaky. I think Supers had some resource control issues that we could potentially get into on, and I really liked the play from Chiobin on the window there. Chiobin's had some good heads-up play in general that I've been seeing here. Piggy had the nice surprise on the first map there, and on both, partially the Sigma pick, but actually on Diva before that as well. Crimso got eliminated at the end there. I feel like Dante's been a bit quiet. I'm gonna have to pay more attention to Dante. Both of the McRae's have been a little all over the place. Okay, let's move on to map 3. I think a lot of the most important fights were decided by the Baptiste getting picked off early. Sort of. Like, I would like to think that that's true, and that's usually true. Baptiste going down is, if not it's either the or the second most influential, according to most. When I've worked with analysts in this meta, the BAP going down is almost consistently either the most or the second most impactful hero for going down first in terms of lost fights. So, like, what I mean by that is if your BAP goes down, you lose. If the first elimination in the fight is your BAP, you lose the fight something like 76% of the time. I'm making up the number. I'd have to look at the stats again. But that was, I believe it was BAP that was the biggest one for that, and I believe, I'm almost positive it was BAP. I'd have to look at the stats again. So yeah, that's you'd expect that to be the case. On the other hand, we did see this fight here where Violet went down. They got split by the High Noon. Violet went down, and then they went, nope, we're going to do this. We're going to Blizzard. We're going to beat, etc. And those do tend to be the fights that you can win when your BAP goes down first. The ones where you have beat and decide, nope, we're going to sustain. We're going to take a fast fight, and we're going to sustain through it with beat. Because BAP is more helping you, and the fight gets a little more long, a little more drawn out, a little more pokey, because, hey, he's got the heals. He's also got the poke. Whereas if you're going, nope, we're going to go hard, we're going to use we're going to just brawl, we're going to just swing, we're going to just like try to take this fight, go, 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 go. You can sometimes go, beat is enough, especially if we're going to use Shatter or Blizzard or maybe Self-Destruct as part of it. But yeah, BAP's getting eliminated, BAP's getting picked off definitely matters. We also saw the good pick off from our BAP up here onto Nero. That was a good one from Crimzo. On the flip side, we saw Crimzo get eliminated here. Okay, let's move on to the next map. I'm going to start trying to watch some of our players a little more individually. I think I've talked enough about how these team fights work. These guys are doing a good job of making team fights interesting, even past the first main event. Even past the first person getting eliminated, they're doing a good job on both sides of staying in on it. And now we've seen some changes. So we're in here, and we see Jake is in, and we also see We've done this again. Okay. Changes that are jumping out at me. We've of course got Jake is in on supports. We've got Violet has moved over to DPS. We've got Glister and Smurfin, and then Twilight is in on support since Violet moved over to DPS. So that's a lot of swaps. I would like to hear more, be it an interview, be it talking to one of the former or current coaches, about how good a job, about how they've made this work. I'd also like to look harder into how much of this they did last year, because I have to tell you, it, in contenders, it doesn't work great. I know we're seeing more of it these days, but it doesn't work great to go, oh, we're going to rotate people between maps. We're going to have map specialists. We're going to have specialists for this and that. Like, it's not amazing. I'm not a fan. It messes with your team's training because, like, different people are different in how they fit into your comms and what you can count on from them, from a comms, from a performance, from a hey, we've done this 100 times but we've only done this with you 20 times type thing. Like I'm not a huge fan. That said, they're doing it, whatever. And Jake is in here on Brig. This is funny to see Jake, who was a DPS player, on Brig, while we have Violet, who was usually plays support over on DPS. But hey, that's okay. Baps and Ryans are usually picked first, and when that happens, it tends to go downhill. Well, they are, but if your Rhine is the first one eliminated, if your Rhine is the first one eliminated in a fight, sometimes that's going to happen after he's used his whole shield. So, like, if your Rhine is the first eliminated, I actually think your odds are the best of winning the fight. Because if your Rhine was the first eliminated in the stats, that's going to sometimes include, hey, your Rhine was eliminated, but they had to get through your Rhine's health bar, they had to get through your Rhine's shield, they had to get through his shield partially regenerating, they potentially had to get through a lamp being used to, keep your Rhine up. Like, they usually have to have gotten through a lot of resources for your Rhine to be eliminated. And if all of those resources have come out to get your Rhine eliminated, you've probably gotten a lot of their resources out, and you're much more likely to pop back and trade people back quickly. Whereas if your BAP gets eliminated, that can happen before resources have come out on both sides. Your BAP can just get, whoops, he got deleted by a window fire strike. He got deleted by, a couple headshots. And if that happens, if neither team is low on resources, it's hard to trade back. That's why you tend to see teams, once they go up, are more likely than otherwise. The team that went up and is in the 6v5, the team that has 6 is more likely to try to stabilize and go, no, let's try to stabilize, because they want to let cooldowns roll back, because if cooldowns roll back, it's harder to trade back eliminations on either side, and that's better for the team that has 6 than the team that has 5. Whereas the team that has 5 would like the fight to happen fast, because if everyone's low on cooldowns, it's more possible to go and we got 2 more back, and now it's actually going to be a 4v5 or a 4v4 or whatever the case may be. You underestimate a lot of Ryans who get melted with 1200 shield. I mean, it happens sometimes, Enrique, sure, but like I don't actually. Like, yes, that does happen, but we're looking at this from a stat standpoint. And when you look at it from a stat standpoint, yes, it can happen that your Ryan just gets eliminated with most of his shield left, and that's a mistake, but your BAP is going to get eliminated while your team has resources left. If your BAP is getting eliminated, your team is going to have resources left more often than your team is going to have resources left when your Ryan gets eliminated. So, yeah, we're just talking about this from a how does it actually play out by the numbers type thing. And then I'm giving some color to that by explaining this is why that tends to be the case. Yes, there's absolutely Ryans that get eliminated with way too many resources left. There's lots of bad teams out there. You'll notice when we're checking in here, though, we're seeing people are by and large not getting eliminated with a ton of shield left. I think Super might have been over shielding a little in some situations, but we are seeing a case of no, they're mostly spending their resources before they get eliminated. Okay, so let's see what the comps are before we talk. Oh yeah, runs on ladder. I know. I know. Okay, is this real? Okay. Let's see. Shock. Are you gonna show me that that's real? Make me believe that that's the comp you're gonna run, guys, so I can talk about it. Okay, good enough. So what we're looking at here from Outlaws, we have ourselves a Tracer plus we have a Ash, and then we have this. I don't love this. What this is just basically the evolution, an evolution of the hybrid comp that we would have seen in the previous meta. The comp that would have been Ball, Sigma, plus Tracer, plus Echo slash Ash, plus Zen, plus Briggs slash Mercy slash um, BAP, like, that was sort of the thing. That was a comp that we saw. And this is just sort of the evolution of that, except it's like, no, we're sort of thinking about that. We're sort of thinking about double bubble. We haven't decided exactly what we're doing. So we're going, hey, we're going to run the ball because we think we want the ball, not the Winston. Okay. We're going to keep the Zarya even though we're running the ball. If you're doing that, I would really just prefer that you run a Diva here, to be perfectly honest. If you want to try the Sigma with his, cooldown partially brought back, it's not as bad feeling as it used to be. You could get away with that too. Um, the ball with the Zen is correct. If you're running the ball rather than the Winston, yes, run the Zen, not the Ana. The Ana doesn't have enough to do in this comp. There's nowhere good to put Nano. And your Discord is going to be better. Your Discord Harmony is going to be better for this setup. And then you're running your Brig. You're running your Brig with your Zen. That's always been fine. That's not some weird thing. Your sustain in this comp is going to be low, and I guess the thought is we're running the Zarya because our sustain is low, because our Harmony Orb plus Pack is the only, plus Inspire is the only healing in the comp is enough that no, I want the regenerating resources of our Zarya. But honestly, Zarya had the energy retention nerf. Ball does not engage in quite the same way to handle energy that Winston does. Like, I would not recommend the Zarya for this. If you're gonna run this comp, which I don't particularly have an issue with, I don't think you want to run this Zarya. I do think you want to either go back to the Sigma or try the Diva. I don't feel like Zarya is the right answer. But hey. Okay. In terms of over here, this is a much more standard double bubble. This is a very standard double bubble. The only slightly weird thing here is the McCree, but that's not really even weird. It's the, hey, we're going to run Tracer, part of double bubble, no problem. And McCree is one of the things that gets run in double bubble. He's not actually like amazing, but he is solid because so much of what gets run against double bubble is vulnerable to McCree. We're going to be playing against tracers, echoes, things like that. Oh, he can go play this more like a protect the McCree thing and make their backline stronger, since this always sort of played like a protect the McCree or like a floats comp where it's Winston goes in and then the backline runs things down and he can be part of that backline. Like, this isn't weird. This just is for the double bubble comps. This is a stronger backline version of it where you accept sort of McCree's kind of got a junk ult compared to the other ults that you would put in this slot in a double bubble setup, but he makes your backline stronger for the actual rundown play, and he's pretty good against a lot of heroes that you might expect to run into in a mirror or near mirror type situation like this. So reasonable enough. In terms of how these two comps are going to play into each other, let's take a quick look. We've got the better poke on this side between our Ashe and Zen is going to outdo our McCree in terms of their actual real poke damage. We also have, this is probably better at enabling the poke in terms of the ball, but the actual backline rundown and the actual strength of backline will be stronger over here, and the ult bank will for sure be stronger over here. Over here we have Rally and Grav, which is cool, and Trans. That's actually pretty cool. Grav, Trans, those are pretty three ults. Those are three ults, yes, Temporal. Whereas over here, I suppose it's not fair to say this ult bank is stronger. I think this ult bank will rotate better. Like, these are three great ults, three probably tier 1 ults. These are two tier 1 ults. Nano is a worse ult than Trans, but with how these comps like to work. You have the ability to do, we can nano engage, we can primal engage, we can do either. We can try to win fights with these. I do like how this balance is better. Bob is a better ult than High Noon. Yeah, it's not fair to say that Shock have the better ult bank than Outlaws in the setup. Um, Better poke, better sustain. This one is going to be more about, hey, we're going to hit our soft dives to rotate our backline to potentially do work, to rotate our backline to set up strong dives ourselves. This one is going to be more about, hey, our ball is just going to try to mess you up, try to disrupt you, try to just create enough poke opportunities for us. Like, yes, these soft dives will create some poke opportunities for McCree, but primarily these are soft dives to charge up ults and to get the backline in position to do their overrun, whereas these are more of a, we're just trying to disrupt you to give our Ash openings, to give our Zen openings, to try to force eliminations like that. And if we do real dives with our Tracer, that's great too. The backline probably isn't going to be involved here in the dives. Okay, let me catch up on chat and then we'll go here. Fight on DPS is fun, but putting him on Kree when you have Glister and Glister on Tracer and you have Striker is kind of wasted strength, in my opinion. I'd agree. Um, Temporal, Jeff Kaplan quit Overwatch. Did that really just happen? Like, are you trolling me or did that just happen? Okay, let's go ahead and continue here. Okay, so we see that Shock are on offense. Shock are doing. It did? Okay, let me pull it up. We'll talk about it for a moment. What is a esports news? Excuse me. What is a video game news website that I'm willing to support with a click? Oh, you guys make this tough. So many of you are so bad. So many of you are so bad. Sure. Okay, so here we are. That's a nothing article, but let's read our nothing article. Blizzard Entertainment announced Tuesday that Jeff Kaplan, director of Overwatch, is leaving the company. With his departure, Aaron Keller, one of the members of the Overwatch executive team, will be stepping in as the game's director. As part of the announcement, Blizzard shared a note written by Kaplan to Overwatch fans. I'm leaving Blizzard Entertainment after 19 years. It was truly the honor of a lifetime to have the opportunity to create worlds and heroes for such a passionate audience. I want to express my deep appreciation to everyone at Blizzard who supported our games, our game teams, and our players. But I want to say a special thanks to the wonderful game developers that shared in the journey of creation with me. Never accept the world as it appears to be. Always dare to see it for what it could be. I hope you do the same. Kaplan has been with them 19 years, works numerous roles, including Overwatch's lead game designer, executive director of game design, and game director of Overwatch. Okay, and that tells us nothing else, but those I'm sure are all the official pieces that we have. Okay, okay, that's not shocking. I mean, he's probably made his nut. He has his options. He has been there for a while. And he probably used his last thing. We know that he pushed to make Overwatch 2 not need to be its own game, as in Overwatch 1 people would be able to participate in Overwatch 2 ladder games, competitive games. They just need to buy 2 for the PV P content, and my guess is he kind of used what we'll call not the last of, but a lot of his clout to do something in those lines, and he probably has since come to the realization of, oh my goodness, I don't have the clout, I don't have the network, I don't have the politics to get things done in this company the way I want to anymore. I've used it all up, not the rising rocket anymore, etc. And he's probably like, okay, I'm done with this. Combined with he's probably made enough money. I don't know what his options looked like, etc. Obviously, I haven't seen his compensation. Maybe it's public somewhere. Um, but 19 years with a company, that's a long time in this day and age. Yeah, he left Blizzard entirely, it looks like. I think he left Blizzard entirely. Oh my gosh. Overwatch 2 looking great so far. I wouldn't take this as a good sign. I wouldn't take Jeff Kaplan leaving the company as a good sign for Overwatch 2. Like, it could be fine. It could just be a, hey, I want to leave before something else comes out because I want to let someone else have the helm because Overwatch 2 is going to be such a high stress moment, such a high stress couple months, year, etc., whatever, that, you know what, I'm sort of towards the end of my career doing this. I don't want to have to go through this hard cycle. I was okay coasting for a couple of years, but I don't want to have to go through the hard cycle that is a new release. That's a lot of work, and I only plan on working another year or two, so I'm out. That would make sense. It's also possible that he's going, this is going to be a train wreck. I'm out. I'm out. I would much rather leave now and have my name attached to good stuff and then get scouted and be better from a recruiting standpoint for getting picked up to do other things and not have had my name attached to a disaster. This could be either one of these. So if we see him show up somewhere else in a real position, not just a board position, that would be a bad sign for Overwatch 2. If we see him not really show up doing anything else, that could just be him going, I'm done. I've made plenty of money and I'm going to retire or something like it. Or I want to do something completely unrelated because my passion for this is out. And now let me go learn how to, I don't know, build race cars, as an example. Developer updates will never be the same again. Could be. Is he going to Frost Giant? I get that after 19 years could use change, but the lead game dev leaving is concerning for Overwatch 2. Again, Vigard, it could be. I think I laid out two different scenarios there, and there's probably more ways we could analyze it, but I think that those two scenarios are probably a good way to think about it. If he goes to another game development place, yes, I would be worried about Overwatch 2, unless he just goes there in like a he's on the board collecting money to advise them once a quarter for a couple hours and get paid a stupid amount of money. That would be different. But if he did something more like Nate Nasser did and goes, I'm doing a similar job somewhere else, that would be concerning. The ending quote sounds like someone disgruntled with their boss's employers. Yeah, I mean, Blizzard is not Blizzard. It is not yesterday's Blizzard. The Blizzard that many of us grew up on, loved, etc. With like, oh, Diablo 2 and StarCraft and Warcraft 3. It's not that Blizzard anymore. You guys can't look to the games that were the companies that you could count on to create great games in the past are not the companies that you can count on to create great games anymore. So like you can't be going, "Oh, Blizzard made all these great games, they're going to be great. Squaresoft made all these great games, I expect this to be great." You have to look to new companies because that's just what happens. You have to find your new, oh, these are now the developers or the publishers, etc., that I think I'm going to get great games from for a while. Because if you're looking at stuff from 15, 20 years ago, you're going to be wrong. You will have seen staff will have turned over 2, 3 times by then. You will have seen they've been acquired, they've moved up the chain, now they're being run differently. Like, and that's the evolution of companies. Like that's how it works in things. And the reality is if you liked this type of thing, you're going to have to go find a new developer that makes this type of thing. Like I don't look to, again, just to go to a different genre, I don't look to Squaresoft for RPGs even anymore, even though I loved Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7, etc. I look to Falcom for good RPGs these days. Like that's just how that works. And what do you know? Falcom is a much smaller company down in this box, whereas Square is now up over here, and they're way different than when they made those good games. That's just how it works. You just have to get used to it. Jeff Kaplan, the painter. There you go. Overwatch is in a bad state right now with directors leaving just before the new release, whatever that is. It's a really bad sign. It could be, but if I see that he gets, if I see he's doing something completely different, that's not necessarily a bad sign. I would certainly be more skeptical of trailer work that you see that says does not contain actual game footage. if you anyway, anyway. Uh, BioWare. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. BioWare would be another example of that. I remember when I could count on BioWare to release good games, and then you have to realize, wait, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Time for me to go find someone else, and not just like I enjoyed Dragon Age 2. I know most people are like, okay, I know there's a big split between 2 and Origins. I did not think Dragon Age 3 was particularly good. I know it got like Game of the Year awards in some places, and it was pretty well received, both from people seemed to really like it when it came out, and critics seemed to really like it. But I looked at that game and went, no. I think 1 and 2 were both better than this, and you're not going to find me pre-ordering 4. You're probably not going to find me playing 4 in the first 6 months it's out. I would have to see really good things before I do so. You just move on and you find new developers. You have to. Doesn't look to Sega. I don't look to Sega for Sonic games anymore. Yeah, you get it. Uh, No, Enrique, sometimes you want to leave before something interesting happens because stewarding through Overwatch 2's release, like what happens to actual people, because remember, we're working with people here, is you do a lot of work and you get a lot of accomplishment, accolades, compensation boosts, whatever, and then you can sort of surf that down for a while. You can sort of surf that down for a while, making the same money, a little less money, but the amount of effort that you have to put in can sort of go down over time a little bit if you're choosing to let it. And then you see, oh no, now this new thing is coming out. Do I really want to spike my work? Do I really want to spike my work for one more year of work? If I only want to work one more year, 2 more years, do I really want to spike my level of work compared to what he say put in over the last 3 years? And I don't know how much work he put in over the last 3 years. I'm just speculating here. Do I really want to heavily increase my workload for the same amount of compensation, really, to get back up to here, and then once I'm here and have put in all that work, not get to realize my profits from a human labor standpoint and surf these years because I'm actually going to retire at this point? No, I think I'll just retire at this point. Like that's a little more. That's not unusual. I'm with you, B. Enjoyed the first two, but Inquisition was eh. Okay. I think that covers that. We can come back to this if we want, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and continue our review. Okay, so back to our review here. We are on Dorado. Yeah, we're on Dorado. And we see on Dorado that we have our full double bubble from Shock with the McCree. And from Outlaws, we have what I'm going to call a ball poke hybrid comp. Ball poke hybrid comp is defending. Double bubble is rotating their backline pretty much exactly as we'd expect through the high ground here. And now we have. What? What did you bubble, Chobin? Is is that a smart? Huh? Oh, tracer recall. Okay. Okay. Um. Yeah, that's weird. We would have expected that bubble would have been more in the realm of on our Smurf, but that's okay. So backline is rotating here. These guys will be looking for their ball to sort of get maximum disruption done, so that they can get work done with their poke, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Nothing too wild from either of these teams. I think I've explained their defaults, what they're sort of looking for. Super chat from the Egg Butler, thank you. And he says, interesting take. Interesting take. Thanks for the perspective. Here's my 2 cents, so to speak. I appreciate that, Egg Butler. Thank you. Wouldn't Diva be better on Dorado than Zarya? Yeah, I talked about that. Well, for which side? This is fine. This is the standard double bubble, and what this is doing is you have to understand how double bubble works. Is double bubble is saying we are going to intentionally do soft dives to rotate our backline and to charge ults, and for these repeated soft dives, the Zarya bubble on our Winston is nice because it lets him go in on those soft dives without us also having to commit a diva, so it makes the soft dives easier, or it lets the soft dives be a little harder would be another way to think about that, while also getting our Zarya energy and letting our Winston and Anna charge their ults. Like, these three work together pretty well to go, hey, we're going to hit moderately hard soft dives, we're going to charge up energy, and we're going to charge up ults. These three actually work together pretty well, is what we would say there. Was if you're using the D.Va, the Winston kind of has to go in alone, or he can go in, with his Tracer, but he doesn't really have as much coverage unless the D.Va goes with him. And if the D.Va goes with him, your backline is a little bit more exposed. So that's the thing. If we're talking on this side, yeah, I would prefer the D.Va to the Zarya. I think they're going with the Zarya over the D.Va because they realize that they are low on healing resource. So they're saying, well, we want Zarya who has shields that can regen. I think that's wrong. I think you'd be better off using Sigma if that's what you're trying to do. I think the current version of Sigma is acceptable for that, but I think the old version of Sigma, yes, I understand why people tried Zarya. I still would prefer D.Va, even though she is more of a healing sponge. You just would have to play a very passive D.Va compared to what people are generally used to. But that's okay. Make your player play a more passive D.Va. Okay, Shock we expect to rotate, hit moderately hard soft dives. Outlaws we expect to play more for maximum disruption, more to find openings with their ball making chaos for happy to hit things or for their ball to knock people away that Dante can follow up on, etc. There's the TNT, that's the poke. Eventually they're gonna have to find the way in. Looks like Glister went down here. Winston's gonna get crushed. Yeah. Again, if Shock can't rotate in properly, Outlaws is going to can't rotate their backline in a threatening way. Outlaws is gonna win longer drawn out fights. You know, excluding pop off for potential from like Violet or Glister just going wild. What are you guys gonna do to actually get your backline in? Generally what they'd wait for here is they want this backline to rotate when Smurf goes up and messes with their backline. Smurf going up with a bubble to mess with their backline both makes it easier for his Tracer to get in for the next time he goes in, at which point it can be a harder dive, and it creates some cover for these guys to rotate in closer, however they want to do here. And we haven't really seen the trigger pulled on that. So let's rewind for a moment. Okay. Here they are. So they've sort of split. Shock is sort of split there. They've got the bottom group, the top group, and the Winston pushing card. I don't really like this. I don't really like that Violet split from his team there. I don't really. No. These four were closer to right when they were together. I don't like these two different groups that can't really protect each other. Glisser is trying to go through, and I don't really like this either. Glisser should be trying to do his rotations through dangerous space. If he has easy rotations through dangerous space, so be it. But if they're really dangerous space, I would prefer he to make those rotations while Smurf is in with a bubble. Not, but hey, let's see what we can do here. And obviously that's exactly what we expect Jungkook to do. Just knock people into the open like Smurf for Zen and Ash to shoot at. And now Smurf's bubble isn't being used. This fight is just going to go longer. If this fight goes longer, it's not great for Shock. Like, it can be good for Shock once ults get online, but they need to be doing some... Like, Chubin has no energy to play with because we haven't hit any soft dives yet. There we go. Okay. And we're going to see Glisser can't really contribute to this one, but this should let our backlines move. So Glisser is using that this is happening to take space. The backline should use that this is happening to take space, and Smurf should be able to get out alive just fine. Okay, the backlines took some space. It's not amazing, but they did. No. The answer is no. So, there's not an elimination that we expect him to get off of this, so this is basically using Nano for space, which I do not like. We're using Nano to try to help Shock rotate through this spot because their positioning is garbage. They weren't able to keep this positioning. They got forced or dropped down to here, and they know that trying to push through this against a team with mobility, with high ground control, is absolutely painful. So they're saying, hopefully our Nano Monkey will be distracting enough to let us get the cart through here, because we don't want to fight under here. But, like, that's not great because this Nano isn't going to lead a kill. It's just a distraction, and this backline can't follow up. Like, this backline cannot help this Nano dive. Tracer isn't even in position to help this Nano dive. Tracer, didn't get advanced enough on this. Tracer's here, perhaps trying to keep ball out, but, like, this is not particularly amazing. And Dante's probably not going to go in, but all Dante needs to do is go, nah, I'm just not going to let the cart move very much. And even if the cart moves the whole time that this Winston is nanoed, no, this is not very good.
Feeling powerful.
Yeah. Congratulations, you got Jake. Glisser was able to get there.
You need a timeout.
The cart didn't really get through. This cart is going to... Yeah. That was not good. That was very much a forced engagement from Shock. Why Brig instead of Lucio if the goal is to allow the backline to rotate? Wouldn't Lucio be better? No, because what ends up happening is you don't have enough of a backline to justify the Lucio. So if you look at this, let's pretend that this McCree was someone else. You could run a Sombra here, you could run an Echo here, you could run a Hanzo here. Any of those heroes would probably freelance a little bit more than your McCree. And if you don't have this McCree here, and we can talk about it when you do have the McCree in a second, your backline effectively becomes, remember this was a Zarya, your backline effectively becomes Zarya plus Anna plus Lucio if you run a Lucio. That's not really good enough. That's not scary. You're not really hurting anything. Like Lucio Brig isn't the amazing brawler that she used to be, but she's still okay at brawling. She's still got a little more power for those types of things. She still actually gives you, some decent sustain if she can get her inspires off, and she gives you a much better ability than Lucio does to go, I can throw repair packs onto these people. So this leaves you in a setup where your Anna is pretty free to hard pocket your Winston, because your Brig can take care of your Tracer, your Sombra, your Echo, your Hanzo, your McCree. If they're off angling, can take care of those people, and your Anna just gets to be concentrated on pumping stupid amounts of heals into your Winston when he's soft diving. Lucio has to be in one place or the other. I'm going to go help the soft dive, or I'm going to go come back. I'm going to go help the soft dive, or I'm going to come back. It's the same reason you run Zarya instead of D.Va. Zarya can go, I can stay with and protect my backline while still contributing right clicks, while still contributing a bubble to help. D.Va has to pick one place or the other to be in. You follow what I'm saying? Like this D.Va has to go, I'm here with my boosters and my DM protecting my Winston, helping the dive, or I'm back here where I'm actually protecting my backline. The ability to do both is something that Zarya and Brig do a little bit better at than Lucio and D.Va. And that's why you see it work the way you do. Yes, Lucio would be great for helping your team to run it down, but the team isn't threatening. The backline team, at least without the McCree, isn't threatening enough without the Brig. And also, again, the Lucio doesn't project help. The Lucio doesn't project help quite the same way that the Brig does to her flankers. So now we've seen the swap come in. Now they're going for a harder dive, and it's not going to work very well. They've said, hey, Chobin, go over to D.Va. Okay, that's cool. It's not, like, terrible, but we're not playing double bubble anymore. We're playing a weird dive that is using McCree and Brig. Not amazing. Not amazing. It's not like Brig is terrible in dive. Brig does a pretty good job still of enabling dive heroes, and she'll protect against the ball and the Tracer, so it's not like I hate having the Brig, but now we're just running dive with McCree. Can we play some Widow? Can we play some Ash? Can we play some Echo? Can we do something that makes me less annoyed? Because this isn't amazing. And it's not like this is terrible either. Like it works. We're playing into a comp that again has these two heroes, so it's not like this will be terrible. But I expect Happy to have a bit of a field day. We're gonna get crushed in the poke battle between these guys and these guys. Um, we're playing a poke dive that can't keep up with their poke. Now, is its dive better? A little bit. Maybe now these three will be a strong enough dive team to just overwhelm these guys. That's probably what they're playing for. Hey, we have a strong enough dive team to overwhelm your poke in the form of Ash, in the form of Zen. I'm not convinced that they will have a strong enough dive to just overwhelm them, but we'll see. Would it be better for Shock to Mirror here? Double Bubble is obviously not working for them here. Well, it's not working, but it's not working because they're executing wrong. I don't have an issue with the Double Bubble comp. They just executed wrong. They tried to force this silly nano engage that, like, they didn't even try to force the nano. They tried to nano for space. They tried to nano for cart distance. Like, I'm not even happy when people window or high noon for cart distance in Brawl v Brawl, unless it's a checkpoint. This was like, we're trading Nano for that? No, Nano has to be an engage tool for you, and it wasn't. They didn't actually get a real engage off of it. And this was right. They needed to come up here and use this. They have the power. They do have the power to actually do rotations through here. They just had to accept that, okay, our monkey's going to jump up here with a bubble. This is when we rotate. Oh, we can't rotate all the way in? Fine, we'll drop and wait here. And then on the next bubble cycle, they go in, and now we push up through here and brawl into you. That's all they needed to do. I'm not going to claim it's not hard, but that's what they needed to do. I don't recommend mirroring it. But I don't hate what they're on now either. I mean, if they hit good hard dives, I'll be okay with it. Good hard dives from short sight lines, please, please. Are these guys gold? What are you doing? Okay, just leave. You shouldn't have just been trying to push cart like that, but now that they've used Bob for you, please just leave. Don't take this fight. You guys can go right back. You can go right back into here. That's fine. Okay, good. Still fine with me. Push out Tracer. You can very casually push out Tracer. No, you don't want to be cooldown heavy and you're pushing out of Tracer. You're going to have a tempo push here, though. You're going to dive from here and from here. And in doing so, you're going to try to take out this Ash. Or this Brig. Yes, Brig is a valid dive target these days. Not amazing, but valid. But hey, go for this Ash, for example. Go for this Zarya. That could be fine. There's plenty of good things you can do. Just do a multi-directional dive from like here, here, and maybe even here. If you want to go over here and push this Tracer again, that you probably don't know is here, that would be fine with me, because Dante would really be exhausted if you pushed him again, and then you would have a sort of three-directional dive that you'd get to hit. So that's what I hope you do. If you do a two-directional dive, I won't be angry. Maybe, maybe. Okay, at least Glisser is stopping me from being angry. It's close, but he's doing it. Hey guys. We don't, as dive tanks, just try to push the cart forward against another dive team. We actually hit dives. Like, dropping Winston, Diva, etc. on the cart to just push the cart against a poke team is not what we want to do. We wanted to go, hey, we have Glisser here, and now we're going to go, our Winston, our Tracer, and our Diva are going to dive in. That's what we wanted to do. That's what we wanted to do. It is. It is. Instead, Glisser's going over here, getting caught because I don't know why Glisser's in early over here. Maybe the call was to dive. Maybe Glisser just assumed that the plan was to dive because the plan should have actually been to dive. And then after Glisser's eliminated, we have our monkey jumping in. But before that, we had the three of them just sort of huddled on cart going, we're going to push cart. We're going to push cart. We're going to push cart. Let's get the cart closer. And I understand what they're doing. They're trying to get the cart closer because the cart is a bit of cover for them and they want to be able to dive from the cover. I get it. And there's also the issue of, hey, if I dive the Ashe is going to coach weapon away and then I can't finish her. But like, we're still going to have to hit a dive. They're not going to let us stage all the way in. Or if we were going to drop to cart, so be it. Then let's go in here in these closed short space sight lines. Like we drop to cart, then we go here and we stage in here in these closed space sight lines where Happy can't help. And then from here, we can rotate our backline through here, and then we rotate our backline through here. And now we hit our dive from our Winston comes from here, our Diva plus Core comes from here, and our Tracer comes from here. Like, did we forget how to play dive? How's Violet as McCree in your opinion? I'm not sure I care how Violet is as McCree in my opinion, because I need to see some hero pool depth to know that Violet being on McCree can't be abused. Because until I see more pro level hero play depth, I don't care if his McCree is good, because it doesn't matter. You follow what I'm saying? Like, if you can't play anything else in the DPS role, it's sort of like, we saw that before from Valiant, where they had a player who was a support, Kareev was it? Maybe, who was a support and was solid as a support, but then got put by Coach Moon back on DPS, and it's like, the guy can only play hit scan, and you're putting him in a flex DPS role, and he'd go to Genji or Pharah, and they'd both just be awful. Awful. It's like you'd get put in instead of agilities, and you just be like, this guy can play support quite fine, or he can play hit scan okay, but the only times he's winning when he's playing flex is when he's going on Reaper. Well, that's a flex. Like, I think Violet's aim is fine. Obviously, Violet's aim is fine. There's not really a question on that. I'm still looking to see, hey, how are your rotations? How does some of this stuff work? What's your timing look like? I'm still studying some of that on him, but I don't care until I see, like, his McCree hasn't been embarrassing. His McCree hasn't been, oh my god, this is terrible, and it's immediately obvious how to exploit it. But unless he proves that he can play, okay, comfortable swapping over to a Widowmaker, comfortable swapping over to, a Tracer and not getting embarrassed, comfortable swapping over to a Sombra and putting in real work. It doesn't matter. That's how I'd think about it for now. Okay. Uh-huh. Congrats on the cart distance. Congrats on the cart distance in your last fight. Okay, I mean, on the plus side for Shock, now they have Primal, another initiation ult for them, at least in this comp, plus Rally, and Rally's pretty darn good. But, we've got Trans to answer it, and then we'll have a Rally behind that Trans, and we've also got Grab and Mines. Like, okay, so here we are. They are pushing here. Are they going to use this to actually take short sight lines? Again, Shock are not going to get abused if they rotate from like here or from here into here. Like, yes, it's going to be a little painful to push out into poke, but it's not like Ball and Tracer with a Harmony Orb are going to push in and fight them in here. They're not seriously going to get fought in here if they try to use if they try to rotate their core in here, or their core with divers in here. They're going to be fine, and I'd like them to do so. It's going to let them get closer to stage their dives, and with what they're choosing to play, actual dives is how they win. Okay, you can punish this ball pretty hard. He's going to get out. Don't overchase him. Good, good. Now use the fact that the ball is low health to go to... You can't. You popped Rally, so now you have to fight right now. Okay. You didn't have to pop the Rally that early. Are we going to stage a dive while Rally is going? Okay. Fine. Here's the answering Rally. Chiobin, what are you doing? No. No, we're not going to dive them yet. They haven't given you space to dive them. No! You went to all the trouble of setting up people here, here, and here, which was great. And then they all backed up to here. So your dive was, of course, going to just meet here and not be good. This turns into a one-directional dive. You have to let them, sorry, let me do that. Push back out to here, or out to here at least, where you can hit your dive on them. You don't care about them poking on you because you can sit one of your core people behind the cart to push the cart, and that is pressure for them to engage. If they're going to go, no, we're just going to poke, you don't care because you have walls that you're hiding behind. You have walls that you're hiding behind. If they try to go up here, maybe you dive them, and that would suck, but maybe you go, hey, our Diva's going to go here, our Winston's going to jump here and go in here, and maybe we do that. That would suck a little. It would be a good play from their part, but you just sit on the cart with one person or two people as pressure to make them come out, and you don't care about them poking at you because you have physical walls in the way. Okay, now I'm seeing how Shot got into trouble. Bye. Mm-hmm.
Seconds remaining.
Okay, so yeah, that's about what we'd expect. We've set up a nice concave from Outlaws. Outlaws have Transcendence, Mines, and Bob, so they can afford to ease off on Cart if they have to, because they have Bob. They are going to hit this for Disruption. Smurf swapped over to Ball. Ball Zarya is not amazing. Oh, and Outlaws ended up on Piggy. Outlaws ended up on Diva. After that grab, they swapped to Diva. Okay. I approve of the Diva swap for them. Whereas Shock got off the Diva to go Zarya, and then got off the Winston to go Ball. Diva Ball was fine, guys. Diva Ball was fine. Winston Zarya was fine. We talked about how to play Winston Diva just fine. All of those were fine. Whatever.
Area denied.
It's pass into the iris.
Temporal, you win this game by pushing cart, so all you have to do is go to carts. It even says so in the tutorial. Who cares if your backline has no space at all to work with? Thank you, Sarcastic Nardstorm. Thank you. Thank you, Sarcastic Nardstorm.
Score.
Okay, so Shock just illustrated to me that they, at least today, don't know how to play Double Bubble into Poke Comp. And they illustrated to me that they don't remember how the fundamentals of dive work. That was bad. So I'm going to guess that some of their dive knowledge or something is housed in a player that is not in the game right now, because this shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. Like, that was embarrassing. We're going to have three of us jump you from three different angles, but we're actually going to do so in a way that then causes us to have to run forward at you, so it's really a one-directional dive, was bad. The double bubble was like, we can't figure out how to get our Winston to jump on you with a Zarya bubble when we have our four-person backline here and our Winston right here. That was bad. This nano engage was bad. No. Like, Okay, uh, I'm taking shock to double bubble and dive maps all day long, and I'm running poke dive comps against them. Ranked dive looks better in top 500. How on earth did this happen from shock? Dude, pushes through this choke look better in masters than they did from shock. Like, at least once they got through this choke, they did a little better job over here. But, like, other than their first rotation up here, after that, we had a good 2 minutes of this, and those pushes look better in Masters than they did from Shock. Hence my Golds comment. Okay. They actually sometimes look better in Diamond, too. But, like, ugh. I think Shock had the better comp. I don't think this is a strength of comp issue. I think this is an understanding of how the comps play into each other issue, and not even fully that. I think some of this was a like, do you understand how your comp works in general issue, but which they must, they do. I mean, we did an analysis of their game. We saw their Gibraltar play. They've looked better on this, but this was embarrassing. Okay, I'll wait till things roll out a little bit more here.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Is this real? I don't know if Happy's Widow is real, but the rest of this is real enough. Okay. Same comp. Nothing to talk about here. Do it better. Double bubble. This can't be real. This would be perfectly fine. Might find itself swapping over to Ash. Might find itself swapping over to McCree, Hanzo, whatever. Certainly wouldn't be weird to see Happy on Hanzo. Could even be Sombra, whatever. We expect Dante will just go Tracer. Fine. Let's see how they actually turn out, though, before we talk about that. So they decided to do this advanced TP strat to get their backline up to here. Fine. I don't really care, but that's fine. It is a safer place. The Tracer's really going to struggle to get at them here. She'd have to use too much movement. Glisser has to go from red to yellow to here. Like, that's an absolute pain. It's not real for Glisser to be able to do that. And after the first push, if they do it, he won't be here, and it becomes like he'd have to go blink, blink, blink. No, it's no. So this is fine. It costs them a little bit of time. Then we get over here. Junga's there. We're gonna see. Let's see what she swapped to. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, I like it. I like it. Good call, Jake. So what they're doing is they're putting their backline fully up here, or except their Zarya now. They're putting their backline up here, and they're doing that because they're going, we're going to be undiveable. We're going to put these two, and previously our Zarya, up here where they're undiveable, and then we are going to run a full poke comp at you. I would have expected Happy to play like a Hanzo or a Widow, not the McCree, but the idea here was probably we're going to play full poke against your poke dive double bubble, and if we play full poke double bubble against your poke dive double bubble, and we don't give you anyone to dive because we put our backline in places that your Tracer can't get to, we win. That's what they're going for here. They're going for, hey, you don't have anyone that you can meaningfully dive. We have better poke than you. We win. So I like it. This is, I think they've taken it apart a little bit by putting Happy on McCree and having Piggy drop off of high ground. But, for this first portion up to here, it is a we win. That said, all Shock has to do is go, well, we're just not going to, like, we don't care about the cart going from here to here. We only care about the cart once it gets to here anyway. So do what you want. We're going to sit behind cover and just not even be concerned until you try to get the cart past here, at which point your backline can't help if they're here, and then you'll have to move your backline, and then we can actually get on them. So that's how this should look if both teams understand what they're doing. And the Outlaw strategy is cute. doesn't actually help that much considering the 20-second time investments it costs them, and they've already dropped Piggy off the high ground, and they're on McCree rather than someone that can get to the high ground with. So whatever. And they've already given it up. Okay. What are you up to, Django? I mean, Django can afford to play PL. That's not usually how you do this. You'd usually still do some dives to get some bubble energy for your Zarya, but Django can afford to play with his team a little more if he wants to. It's not as bad as Smurf playing with his team. Smurf needs to actually make dives happen with his own Tracer. That's how they win. Mm-hmm. Hey guys, Outlaws actually, plays like or better than a Masters ladder team. They, for this choke, they don't have control over here, but they've got control here, they've got control here, and they've got control here. Like, hey, this looks like a real push. Okay, so that's a bubble dive. Where's your tracer? Where's your? Oh, you don't have a tracer, right? You've gone double poke. You'll get Choyobin here. That's fine. You might get traded out yourself in exchange. I'm not really sure we care. It was kind of one-dimensional, your dive, if I'm perfectly honest, but it probably works. Yep, you have an Anna to keep you alive. She has a sightline on you. Okay. Uh, that was that was embarrassingly bad. Like, jeez. Uh, that was embarrassingly bad. I was kind of expecting Shock to pull it out and go, no, we're gonna full or hold you. Like, they are Shock. That is okay. Something is missing. Something is missing in the shot calling on this team. Maybe someone lost their voice, someone's sick, someone had a bad day, someone broke up with a significant other, got 3 hours of sleep. I don't know, but like something is wrong with this from a calling or understanding perspective that I don't think is usually wrong. I want to think back harder to what I saw when I was analyzing Gibraltar because they weren't this much of a mess when they were playing Gibraltar, and while they weren't playing against exactly this comp, they were playing against a comp that is similar enough to them that and they were playing it okay. So this strikes me as a whoa bottom tier performance from them, not as a they actually don't ever have any idea what they're doing. I think, but I would certainly be looking to attack this if I were a team that had to play against them. No, no. I don't know if Outlaws have the potential to be a top team. That I don't know. I know this right here. I think Outlaws and Shock were both playing reasonably fine on the first two maps. This right here, though, was just abysmal play from Shock. That's what happened. Abysmal play from Shock. So let's go back to our Shock vs Outlaws and on to Temple of Anubis. Yeah, I would like to get the answer to, hey, how good do the Outlaws actually look? But it's a little tough to tell because that was a terrible execution. And I don't think their execution has been terrible here when they're in their brawl setup, and I don't think their execution has been terrible on brawl. I've liked what I've seen from FD God today. I feel like Super's been a little weak, a little on the weak side today. Nero's been aggressive, but they've made some of that aggression work. He's not hard winning the Maywall battles like he did against, who did we analyze before? Who did they play earlier the weekend? Because the other game that we analyzed with the VOD, not with the replay viewer, was another Shock game. Shock vs. Gladiators. Nero was hard winning the wall battles, and I don't know if this is a case of Dante is doing better in the wall battles than his previous opponent was, or if Nero is doing worse on the walls. I haven't been looking closely enough. So yeah, I don't know if this is a case of, hey, maybe they're playing a little worse, or if this is a case of and they're playing way worse on their double bubble stuff, or if this is a case of, nope, Outlaws are just great. I can tell you the Dorado was not just a case of Outlaws are great though. Like Shock looked lost, and it wasn't that they were getting outskilled. Glads, thank you. Yes.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
You can see from the cams that Shock's mentality was hard shot. Yeah, I would certainly believe it after that last map. They just got full held, and they got lost. They were totally lost looking while getting full held.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Okay, so Shocker deciding to hold this with Brawl. There's arguments for and against that. I personally like holding this with Brawl. The reason I like holding this with Brawl is that your other comp options mostly get rolled if you drop first and have to defend second. So, or you have to hard swap into Brawl, at which point you destroy your ult bank, whereas you're swapping against a team that just won a team fight and is gonna have something in the tank. So I like doing this on Brawl. I don't think it's as strong as some other things that you could play on first, but I think for the totality of the map, it makes sense to play Brawl here. So I'm fine with that. Meanwhile, Outlaws are coming in with their Hanzo Brawl. They're spending their wall for that. Is Shock going to choose to punish that? Is Shock going to choose to punish that? Shock is not going to choose to punish that. Shock, you make me a little sad. If they were mentally on it, I feel like the Shock that we know would have walked right out here when they saw that wall went up, hit their own wall, and run this down. This looks like a shook Shock, because normal Shock is aggressive enough that they'd go, oh, you hit this wall. Isn't that cute? So you've traded out your own wall CD? We will happily go here. And from here, as you're rotating, split you guys with a wall and run at you. Like, that's absolutely what I would expect them to do on a normal day. I don't like investing the wall for this rotation, is basically what I'm saying. I think that was a mistake by Outlaws, and I think it not being capitalized on by Shock is a bad sign. Did we see swaps again? Yeah, they just went back to their normal people. No more Jake. Okay. Hey, what are your thoughts on Jeff leaving? Rewind the VOD or rewind the stream. It's there. Thanks, Nard. Did Happy get that by staying behind? No, Happy just got that from here. Violet, where are you positioned? Plan here. The Lucios are appropriately battling. He's choosing to influence that battle. He's choosing to play from here where his shift is relevant. Your options are to play here, to play here, or to play here. If you're playing here, you're not contributing your offensive shot, so I get it. I'd probably be more interested personally in playing here. You can still contribute offensive shots, but you have more ability to get serious about cover, but it's not unheard of to play up here. It's not at all unheard of to play up here. I don't think the increased strength of your shift is worth how hard it is to activate your own cover compared to playing on this pillar or playing here, personally. What this does do is if their Hanzo had lagged behind here or something, you're in trouble if you're playing this pillar. But the Hanzo hadn't lagged back there. They know the Hanzo hadn't lagged back there. I would have preferred him over here. Okay. Okay. Nero has wall still, doesn't he? Not bad. Not bad at all, Dante. That's the first particularly nice one I've seen from him. Obviously, that's relevant because what he did is he walled off Mei, so Mei can't contribute, and Mei can't use her own ice wall, and they don't really have time to help break Mei out of this. So this is a wonderful Mei wall right here. Like, yes, it's a little bit tight for them to get through, but they can do it. Oh, maybe they can't do it. Okay. Downgrading from wonderful. The Rhine doesn't fit through. Downgrading the wall. This was almost a wonderful Mei wall. Instead, they're going to get crushed. Yeah. Wall was almost great, but because his Rhine couldn't quite fit through there, doesn't work. And now this is just a messy fight because the wall, Shock was able to get a much better wall, but they were already down Violet. And ultimately, Outlaws grind it out. But, that's them grinding out a fight where they got the first pick. They got the first pick onto the person that gives you the highest fight win percentage if you get the first pick onto them. And they still ended up losing 2 people. So we can see there were some driving issues there. Well, wall stick kind of worked because they got 2 picks from it. Sort of. I mean, we can rewind that. That's not really what happened. Wouldn't call happy deleting their team, grinding it out. I mean, if you get a pick on their BAP to start the fight, and then they get counter eliminations on you in a fight where you'd eliminated their BAP to start the fight, you're kind of grinding out the fight win there. Like, they shouldn't get counter elims on you if you got the BAP out before you'd pulled out ice walls, ice blocks, immortality fields. You follow what I'm saying? Like, if you get the Violet elimination, the BAP elimination, when you haven't seen Lamp, you haven't worn down Rhine shields, you haven't gotten out a bunch of Matrix, you haven't gotten out ice blocks, yeah, you absolutely aren't cleaning that fight up as you should. That's not just clean up anymore. That's okay, we're still having to win the fight. You can say grinding out might be a slight exaggeration. Like, okay, it wasn't like, oh, we're slowly winning this fight. It wasn't a particularly slow win, but I don't really feel that was some huge exaggeration. Oh, about the headshots. Okay. Okay. No swaps. They're taking back that control. Shock is trying to slow this down. Shock is trying to slow this down by taking a mini little fight here, getting their poke in, and then backing up because they need this to slow down so that they can get some ults going, equalize ults a bit more. Fine. How's your concave? Reasonable. Really? Okay. Yeah, okay. That's not usually how you see fights start. One Lucio taking down the other. Okay. FD God is trying too hard to keep out Happy, is what's going on here. I mean, he's not trying too hard. He's trying to keep out Happy because he doesn't want Happy to follow up on the dragon work there. And then Joby just happens to get the finisher. I thought we actually might have had an epic Lucio duel. Okay. Super does have Shatter. That is quite helpful. Doesn't work. Sort of works. Run that by me again. Please explain. Yeah, FT got hit partially from the dragon. I understand. Here we are. This happens. Super decides to shatter. Oh, he is angled slightly. Okay, he is angled slightly. I don't think that's enough, though, to not block that. That can't be how shatter works. Like, no. Fix your ultimate, Blizzard. Fix your ultimate. I know it's way better than it used to be, but like okay. Oh, is that what happened? Was there a statement about like he lagged and we have some favor the shooter something or other going on here? Like that is weird. This is why Jeff left. Maybe like there's just not a situation here where Piggy should be hit by that shatter and Jongu isn't. Like either Jongu blocked the shatter for both of them or they both got shattered. There isn't a situation where Piggy got hit by this. Jongu was not like perpendicular to this shatter. He simply wasn't. He wasn't perpendicular to the shatter to let this through, and then he moved in to block it. He was tiny bit turned, but his shield totally still would have blocked if his shield was going to count. Okay, I'm just annoyed. But between the window and the shatter, it might buy them enough time to get back in it. Maybe. They're not in good shape. The lamp came out to protect from the shatter. Probably wasn't necessary. And they should be able to grind it out because Outlaws hasn't lost anyone, and they have beat. As long as Mei doesn't get caught out there, she's not. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. That's not good. We can look at that big events that we saw in terms of shock issues where, hey, Violet got picked on the first point, second point, weird shatters. I don't know. And then losing their Lucio, but I don't necessarily think their Lucio was wrong to be doing what he was doing. Maybe a touch too much on the aggressive defensive side. Like he did know he'd taken dragon damage and he chose to go contest that. There's room for an argument there. Obviously, we could get into more micro on all of them, but I'm talking about things that are really, standing out to a degree.
Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
The shatter he didn't block on Lijiang Towers? You mean the one where he firestruck? Because that's definitely not what happened, if that's what he's saying. But maybe there was a different one on Lijiang Towers. Okay, so now we have a double bubble poke defense. Can hardly blame them from Outlaws. I don't despise this. I actually think it's better for first than the brawl, but the problem that you run into is a couple. The first problem that you run into is if it goes to second, I much favor this comp. I much favor this comp on second. The other issue that you run into is this comp does like having a bit of time to get going on its ult cycles, and you shock if they don't just lose or get surprised in the first fight. can make it a pretty, nope, you guys are going to be in trouble, because we can kind of go to point if we have to. We can try and do rotations, chase you out, take away your angles with rotations, or we can go, you know, Brawl is still pretty tanky, still pretty turtly. We can go, hey, we're going to go over here, we're going to go over here, we're going to go over here, we're coming out here. We're just going to speed boost into here, recover for a second, and now we'll sort of go, touch point. Excuse me, touch point, touch point, touch point, back. Touch point, touch point, touch point. Oh, you're going to contest us with your Winston? Speed amp, everyone run him down, and then we either eliminate him or don't within 5 seconds, and then we go back in here. If you guys want a video on how to do that, in my channel, you can see I did a illustration of that from Dire Wolves versus Forgiver, Brawl versus Poke, and you could do that here if you wanted to. It's not the standard way to play Brawl anymore. To go, hey, we're going to sit in cover, go out, pressure the point, go blah 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 blah. But you can still definitely do this. We do this to bait in the Winston, to bait in the Zarya, and then we run them over type thing. And they do still have plenty of resources: a Mei Wall, a Defense Matrix, a Ryan Shield, etc., to be okay in here, and you can't shoot at them with impunity because they shoot back with their own McCree, their own BAP, etc. So I would favor Shock in this. I would favor Shock in this for the map. I wouldn't necessarily favor Shock for the map anymore because they just got, 4 minutes 47 seconds. But like for getting first and second, I like the comp that Shock is rolling out on more.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Why not something like Orisa Sigma for defense? I think something like Orisa Sigma for defense is fine if you plan to full hold them. But if I was Outlaws, I would not be playing for the full hold anymore because we got a beautiful time bank. So if you were trying to full hold someone, Orisa Sigma for your defense, totally fine. But they don't need to full hold them anymore, so I'd actually like to see Outlaws play Brawl. To be perfectly honest, I think that would be their best bet because Brawl is the least likely comp to just get snowballed like Shock did. I know we're saying that after Shock just got snowballed on Brawl, but Brawl is the least likely comp to get snowballed through first into second. Double Bubble will be better than an Orisa Sigma comp would be on second, but it's sort of a compromise. Brawl would be the best on second. Double Bubble would be pretty good on first and okay on second. Okay, no soft dive. That's Junga's wrong there. Junga needed to be in a place where he could be more aggressively in this and get more bubble value. This didn't need to be a hard engage. This is correct to have been like TNT, bubbled monkey, etc. But our bubbled monkey actually needed to be in this place to take this soft engage on them. He's not going to get enough energy for his Zarya, and he's not going to do enough cleave or ult charge himself. Yeah. Yeah, you guys see that? We just did a bubble engage, quote unquote, and we're at 8% ult charge. We're at 3% because Piggy didn't get any energy. This is wrong. And now they've gotten from here, which is the first potential soft engage, here, which is the next potential soft engage. You won't always be able to get both of these, but you should get one of them a little and the other pretty strong, and neither of these looked particularly strong for Outlaws. Now they're going to get out here, which maybe is your next soft engage, and then they're going to get to point. And you're in trouble because you didn't get value, because now they're going to be able to go, okay, we can go do whatever we want on point, or we can stand up here. Outlaws can either go, we're going to go, or Shock can either go, we're going to go hide under point and do what I talked about, or they can go, nope, we don't like the turtling. We're going to stand up here, and from here with our Rhine Shield, we're going to shoot this person to make them leave. We're going to shoot this person to make them leave. We're going to shoot this person to make them leave, and make Outlaws go to worst positioning by using their poke from high ground. Like, again, Shock got to this spot, which is their power position for now, and ults are garbage on Outlaw's side. No one is even at 30%. Shock are doing a fancy double back. Okay, so they did that to make the brig leave her high ground, and now they still want to run down the brig. Fine. I would have just said go from here down into here and play it like I talked about. They said, hey, we got you off here. Now we still want our win condition to be chasing down your back line. Those are different win conditions. This is a win condition that challenges their front line more. This is a win condition that challenges their back line more. I don't like how long of a rotation through open space this is going to be to go after their back line. I don't really like that. But they have at least forced their backline into mostly one direction. So this one directional backline is only going to be able to threaten this direction plus the Echo direction. And the McCree plus Diva should be able to check the Echo as they're advancing on this team, and then the Diva will stay on the Echo while their team goes here. And this would be, again, they roughly have 5 seconds in the open, and then they need to be over in here. They need to be over in here with all their people, because it's going to be Rhine shielding this way, Diva's DMing this way. They're willing to use resources like Wall. If they have to, they're willing to use Lamp, though would really prefer not. They're willing to use Speed Boost, and they should use these resources to get into here where they're safe, and then whether they get eliminations or not, they're probably going to have to stay in here and stabilize for a moment before they go out for anything new. If they get a bunch of eliminations, they may not stabilize. Diva's DMing, was DMing up to try and block out the Echo. I actually don't think that was great DM uses from Chobian. I think Chobian could have been doing a better job of dealing with this Echo. Fine. How'd that wall go? Nope, not good enough. But they're 100% going to follow you in here and just fight you, because that's going to line of sight them out of your Echo, and it's a closed space. They used more resources than they like Shock, but Shock wins this. Push in, walk right into the bubble. Fight on your lamp. Yep. Now you can stabilize if you want. Shouldn't have had to lose super there. You don't love this. Shock's comp down, breaks down. Shock's comp is a little... Yeah. Okay. You don't love this. Because now the fight is going to get a little split and dragged out, and that does favor Outlaws a little bit more. Shock is a little... Like, they're both comps that are reliant on their synergy, but yeah. As we see, we get more poke work to happen. Super comes back. They're going to grind this out. Not a clean win, but they get it done.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective B.
They want to go right side for the closed space. That is correct. Closed space, shorter sight lines, 5-second rule. They have 5 seconds to do work here, to explosively push out, use their resources, try to get an elimination, then they need to finish in closed space again. We'll start our timer at 6:12. There's their window. Changes all the rules. They're now using window and high noon, so now they are the better poke team while this is going. So that changes all of the rules. I, by the way, very much dislike using window and high noon on the same sight line like this, but what are you going to do? Teams do it. The reason I dislike it is, again, they threaten the same space. Your window's threatening, I mean, it threatens really wider than that, something like this, and your high noon is threatening basically the same space. What you want to do is you want it to be a case where generally we went, hey, we did this, we actually left our McCree behind. We knew that you'd expect that we were all going to rotate through, but we actually left our McCree behind and had him sneak back and have him high noon from here. Is he vulnerable by high nooning from here? Absolutely. But some of this cover that is valid against the window is now not valid against the high noon, because we're threatening from a different direction. And oop, we picked up Joby. We picked up Happy. You follow that? That's what you're looking to do. Yes, it's a risk. It's a greater risk, but it's a much greater reward than this.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Was he just slow? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
不洗澡。
Good wall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, getting snowballed. Now, to be fair, Shock got snowballed and they were on Brawl, but that's what I was talking about, getting snowballed there.
Score 2. Initiate.
We can jump forward a little bit more.
Ready for battle.
Okay. Now we are going to see the Brawl v Brawl mirrors. They have seen the light. Obviously, Happy's doing his Hanzo thing, which is fine.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective
I still don't like your Ice Wall shenanigans. I still don't. These guys are spread out enough. This is more so, like, Outlaws are actually spread out enough. They had a bigger concave than Shock did. Shock actually had the ability to go in here and punish them. By the time that, what do you call it, could rotate back, the Shock would be through. So they were less punishable for that wall than Outlaws were. Actually, was that even the wall? I see that one. Let me go look back here. Is that Outlaws trying to hit the... Did I credit the wrong wall here? Is that what's going on? So here we are. Did I jump too far? I think I... They should have more time than this. Did I jump too far?
ready for battle. Round 2.
Oh, it drained their time. Okay, got it, got it. It drained their time because they both had so much. Fine.
Initiating match. Ready. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Why did they push into the Mega instead of pushing into the high ground above point? I mean, we did see one team push into the Mega above point. They did it against Double Bubble. That's absolutely a thing that they can do. Why are they in this Brawl Mirror pushing into Mega? The wall split here is pretty easy. You can go around. You have the ability to poke down on them. You have the ability to run down on them. You don't have the ability to threaten access to their back line. Like you can go this way. That's fine. It's not unheard of to go this way. This is a reasonable way to go. This does get you a little bit more. You know, you come here, you hit your May wall, you run in, you actually, you know, you can step here with your behind your Reinhardt, hit your May wall, run in off of it, versus just getting poked from above. Walking by this team that can just be like, nope, we are shooting you in the head, isn't the most fun thing in the world. Yeah.
Ready for battle.
I would be
4.
fine. I would have no objection whatsoever, no serious objection to them going this way. That's a valid direction for them to go, but so is this. you got some cool things by going this way. Where like, hey, you go like this, and you post up your Hanzo back here, and you threaten like this, and that actually becomes more threatening for pretty low risk than say having gone this way. You can't really, if you went this way, leave your Hanzo behind to do this, as an example, or leave your McCree behind or Widow or whatever to do this, as an example. You also, like I said, from here can hit the wall to get your team in a little more easily than you can get wall value in this rotation. Um, there's some things. This just hurts a little. It does. You get poked like the whole team is right here. You get poked a little, and you might feel like, but temporal. They rotated against a double bubble team with stronger poke through here, and the poke wasn't a problem, right? But you get poked, and then you immediately get engaged upon. So like you get poked, and then you get engaged upon, whereas the double bubble team is only going to hit you with a soft engage here, and you can survive that more reasonably. This in practice, most teams have found that they get blown up more when they go this way. But it's still a valid thing. It's not like trying to go through Hanamura main.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Okay. You're going for that wall potentially to stop Dante from hitting the wall splitting you. Again, I'm liking it. Yeah, okay. I probably wasn't fair to Outlaws the other round, but also this gives you more ability to go, hey, Crimso's far enough away right now that they're going to struggle to actually get in here to be able to punish us with a wall. Yeah, okay.
Matrix activated.
Here's this exact wall that we were talking about. You ideally would want to get this wall in such a way that it keeps the other Mei out. You can't because the other Mei knows this and is playing close, but by playing close, she risks Rhine swings, etc. Got those off. Junger should be in trouble. Dante got in two. Junger should still be in trouble. Okay, the lamp comes out first for shock. That's a little surprising. Not like super wild. Nero was in danger, but let's see it. That could be an issue today. Here we are. Walls happen. That happens. How much trouble is anyone really in when this lamp comes out? Nero got frozen. Okay, so Nero got frozen without ice blocking. That's a Nero mistake. Nero got frozen without ice blocking. That forces the lamp out. Yep, that's correct. That does sometimes happen. The truth is the focus on resources on the Jongu here was wrong. Like it was tempting because they had a diva sitting on Rein's head, but you do generally want to focus people that aren't the Reinhardt first if you have multiple options because you win the game. Like remember we talked about how much resource investment it takes to actually take down a Reinhardt. You've got to do this. You've got to do his shield. You have to accept that, you know, he's going to get healed some while his shield is taking damage. His shield is going to recover some while he's taking damage. It's not really 550 health. It's not really 550 plus 1600. It's probably closer to 3000, for example, points of damage that you have to do. Whereas if you do damage to a Mei, you can force her ice block pretty quick. You can eliminate her or make her go back to her team pretty quick. If you do damage to a diva, you can force her to use her boosters to leave pretty quick. You can make these heroes, you can get Lamp out more easily from Crimzo by focusing on other heroes in more aggressive positions than the Rhine rather than the shielding Rhine. That's how it works, and there was some pretty heavy focus. I understand why. I understand why they wanted Django. It looked like they could get him. I expected them to get him, but they didn't. And the truth is, Dante was in there too, and they were mostly letting Dante run free. And good focus fire calls would have been to swap to Dante there. I'll show you guys one more time. This happens. This happens. Good. They're on Django, except that again, Dante's right here. Like we can see that Dante is right here and Cherubin's here too, and those, excuse me, that's our Cherubin. Let me get my thinking right. So we're here. Let me get my directions right. It is Shock that is pushing, and they're trying really hard for Django here. When Dante is the right answer. Yeah. That causes Shock's lamp to come out first. They're still really wanting that Rhine. Interesting. FD God was on the right target. And they win it out. Okay.
Objective lost. Defense point.
Mm-hmm. Fine. It's going to be hard to get them walled in there, so that's fine. They just wait for their next wall. Posting anyone back? No. Pushed out, window, canceled by wall for now. Run through, have your own wall. Posted up here, in here. Kind of hard split by this. Yeah, split too hard by this. This wall's getting too much value. I mean, it's wall plus window. It's not just the wall that caused them to be this split. Okay.
60 seconds.
You're gonna have a tough time. Okay, that's the heals that you need to get Jangu back in this. And then you get shattered. You run the lamp up there for sustain so that you can fight in front of the window. I don't actually love that, but I think it's gonna be fine. Mm-hmm. I don't think so anymore, Shock. I think you're pouring ults into a fight that you're not going to finish. I think you poured a couple ults into a fight that you're not going to finish. You're going to want that, like, yeah. You're going to want at least 2 of those last 3 ults back. Yeah, looks like it. Diva should touch. Lamp has to be invested. Boosters have been invested on both sides, it looks like. High noon coming in. Do we have answers? Yeah, we have plenty of answers available. Oh, and Shobi needs that. That's big. I don't think it's big enough, but that's big. Shatter window. Windows, excuse me. Okay. Outlaws should easily clean this up. Which isn't surprising. Shock had to take a bad engage there just based on the time bank, and they'd used their ults in the previous fight. And let the previous fight run a little too long. So Shock's unable to finish it off there. We've seen a little bit of, hey, there's some target focus issues. We've seen both of these teams getting, hey, we lose one, perhaps we lose our BAP, and then it's, you know, things get messy. But hey, there we go.
Ready for battle.
Let's move things forward a bit more.
Ready for battle.
Okay. Okay, we see that. This time we did not see the ice wall used. And again, I think that's a good adjustment because I think shock was less wide on their concave, which means if you use that ice wall, they can come in and punish you. Maybe shock was wider the first time and I missed it, but let's see how Houston can do here. There's the nice Hanzo off angle. Gonna play up here. Yep. Looks good. Don't be early. You're early. You're early. You're early. Yeah, you were early and you let your team get pushed. Okay. Let's take another look. This is happening. They decide to make a flashbang push with their Mei wall. That's a reasonable thing to do. They're doing it while their Diva and Lucio went for the Hanzo up here, so there was less pressure on them. That's reasonable. It's still probably going to mean that they get counterwalled, though, and that Violet isn't able to contribute. So is Violet going to accept that and early throw his lamp? No. He's just going to walk up and then hop over. There's the later lamp. Lost your Lucio, but that's a faster respawn at least. Okay, so, we saw some things there. We saw that Striker was able to get the flashbang initiation playoff. I didn't look where Piggy was. Maybe Piggy was pulling back to try to help out her Hanzo, who got dove by FD God and Shiobin. That's a real play. That's fine. You can see the pair of them either dive a McCree/Hanzo or a BAP, isolate them from the fight, and while that happens, while you're sort of locking them out, your front line chooses to take the front line battle, and unsurprisingly, it demands some resource when some guys get 2v1'd like that, and sometimes it demands multiple people look on them. Like Crimzo goes and checks on them, Piggy goes and checks on them, and them not looking can be enough to, aha, I get my flashbang off, and we run over your Reinhardt, or stun him enough to get our team in, distract you guys enough to get in here without getting walled as hard as we should, etc. So that was good. Mm-hmm.
Matrix activated. Time to raise my APM.
60 seconds remaining.
What? Here we are.
60 seconds.
Hans is going for that again. I don't think that's the proper initiation. I think you do that after your team is pushed a little. Did Super get booped in? Or is Super feeding?
60 seconds remaining.
No, they're trying to make a push. That feels like a fool me once, fool me twice thing, where like you guys made this push, you literally made this push last push. Like last time Houston tried to push, you did this. No, we're going to change pace and aggressively break into you. We think you're distracted. And Happy did the same thing where he perhaps contributed early and FD God went after him. But Shiobin didn't also go after him this time. He's not as threatened. His team isn't going to feel as much need to pay attention to him to try to stabilize this situation up here. There's less distraction for this, and you just did this. Like, it has less surprise element. I'm not as big a fan of this, and I'm not as surprised that it's going to go worse this time. Yeah. Super tries to make the best of it by going, maybe I can surprise you with a shatter. Doesn't happen. At least the wall breaks. You guys can clear the Hanzo? Because that's your next priority. You've taken this new room. You have to clear the Hanzo. You have to clear the Hanzo.
Come on. You got one. Time to raise my APM.
Mm-hmm. Fine. We got this wall. This was an okay wall. We get the answering wall that blocks this. Is Crimzo going to go down in a swing here or no? No. And then nothing happens. And then once both of these walls fade, we should see a little bit of Outlaws value. And a little bit of Outlaws value is exactly what we get. And once again, we see Violet go down first. This is becoming a trending problem. I still think this is a positioning issue. I think Violet is trying to contribute too much offensively and or maybe is too interested in getting shift value on his team. Take your pick. I think he'd be happier playing here or here, where it's a little bit more of I can still throw right clicks, I can still heal my team. I want to get a lot of left clicks off, and I will get a lot of left clicks off, but I do have the option when my health gets low to be doing this, to go, oh, the Hanzo's looking? Nope, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to hard be here for a second. That said, that does put extra stress on your front line. We need to make an adjustment, though, because Violet's been lost that way twice now. Yeah, you're going to try to win with beat in a rush situation, and you have the ults to potentially do it, but so do they. Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining. Overtime. 30 seconds.
Good.
remaining. Objective.
Ult-wise, Blizzard plus self-destruct and High Noon versus Shatter self-destruct. Nothing else super close except Shatter for super. Violet will probably get window. Both sides will get window. Okay, there's our High Noon. Yeah, I think that's probably very much what some of it is. He wants to be a little closer. It's tough. I mean, it's tough for Baps in this meta because they have to judge, is my team going to hold its lane or is my team going to aggressively push? And some of that can be pre-planned, but some of it, depending on who your fight caller is going to be I see an opening, we're going to take it type thing. And that's where you get into calls of can't aren't no, we don't do the play. Can't are I can't contribute if you go do that. And yeah, it's probably very much a thing of Violet. It could very much be a thing of Violet going, hey, I'm not sure that we're not going to go make this play, but whoever's calling the fights has to respect where people are, and you can adjust. You can adjust sometimes, leaning towards we're more likely to do this play this time, we're less likely to do this play this time, etc. Like, I don't want Super to make that play 3 times in a row. You follow what I'm saying? So, like, we just did it a couple times before. I don't want that same play. I actually like, very much like baseball, changing the speeds of the pitch, giving them different looks even in fights before you consider the ults. I don't like to just go, okay, so every single time we're going to have our Hanzo climb up here and do this, or every single time we're going to have our Lucio and D.Va dive their Hanzo. No. It's hey, this time we're going to take a, nice slow fight where we force out their ice block, and then we start with our ice walls, and then we force out their ice block, and we force out their lamp, and we force out their boosters, and then we eliminate, and then we break their Rhine shield, and then we eliminate their Rhine. Whereas in the next fight, okay, we're looking like we're going to do that. No, we actually were having our McCree lurk for ages, and now he's going to shoot you from behind. And then in the next fight, we have it looks like we're going to go do this big slow battle, but no, what's actually happening is our Lucio and D.Va are isolating your BAP hard while we hard push your front line, and you go, oh shoot, wait, wasn't your McCree supposed to flank? No, our McCree's perfectly happy playing with our front line this time when you were expecting him to flank because we're running over your front line while this guy's isolated. Like, that's how you like to start thinking about it. It makes you much harder to start making plans against. Like, if you get run over by the same play over and over again, you do eventually make adjustments to it, and even if you still lose to it, you start losing less hard. If you throw off speed pitches, you can't adjust to any of them very quickly. Wow, 6 meetings later and Temporal is still streaming. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've got another map in me after this one. Maybe I don't.
冻住，不许走！
Okay, so we saw our walls come up. That blizzard is it's last fight. I don't love the positioning. And Shock have their window to hide behind and clearly win this. Yep. Okay. Nothing too wild there. We do see that the brawl doesn't look super clean. We have some target priority issues from Shock. We do have some lamp not lamp so much. We have some target priority issues, and we have some perhaps positioning issues from Violet going on there. Maybe they're not positioning issues, but I think they, as a team, that might not strictly be a Violet fault. That might be the team is choosing to aggress into the room too often fault, like we were talking about. But it's an issue with Violet's positioning that, whether it's a Violet or a team issue. So let's move on here and do one more. Which might turn into 2 more because we're on to map 5 here, and there's 6.
Ready for battle.
Okay. Did they make changes? No. They are choosing this. Even here, it looks like Shock is going to run Brawl, which means they're going to run Brawl on every point. Outlaws staying on Brawl is a little more surprising to me. It's a little more surprising to me.
5, 4,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I think there's 6 maps just because of how the score line works. I think it's they have to play between the number of maps that they have to play and between draws and things like that. I think that's how that worked out. I don't remember. If we looked at our score, how has it gone so far? Houston won, King of the Hill. Did Houston win King of the Hill and Blizzard World? Blizzard World was close. Who won Blizzard World? I don't remember. Blizzard World, they had the 20 versus 21 second time bank for second round. And then Shock must have won Blizzard World to make it 1-1. And then you had maybe that's not what happened. They definitely went up 2-1 Outlaws because they won Dorado handily, and that was embarrassing from Shock. And then Shock just won Anubis. So I guess the score line is 2-2 right now. I guess. Yes, it's a draw. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we see slight differences. Generally, one team will get control of this. That's fine if you're expecting a more mobile team. And this doesn't surprise me. So I'll rewind here to talk it through. But before the point unlock. Okay. So what's going on here is we see this happen, and Shock probably has more concern about Outlaws playing a poke comp, a double bubble comp, etc., than Outlaws does. And because of that, because Shock has that concern, they're more ready to occupy this closed space. Whereas Outlaws are going, nope, we know Shock is going to play a brawl comp, so we would prefer to take the high ground. Because if you're playing into a poke comp, you maybe don't want to be out here on the high ground when there's echoes or pharaohs or whatever. Maybe you don't. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but they can play around these things, make your life a little annoying, all that stuff. You'd prefer, hey, all the closed, tight spaces here. Whereas if you're playing Brawl v Brawl, you would prefer the high ground, and Houston get the privilege of knowing that they are playing Brawl v Brawl. Though Dante is on the Sombra. So that's an interesting little change. Dante has historically had a good Sombra, so that's not unheard of. But what we look at there is you would think of that as similar to a Doomfist in terms of you want to handle it the same way, where you kite the aggression out while the Sombra is in. You just sort of frontline hold your shields up, except instead of 5 people investing resources into peeling the Sombra, you can generally just get away with your Lucio, maybe your Lucio Diva, investing in forcing out the Sombra. And then once the Sombra is out, then you, as this team, choose to push into this. So you kite a little bit while the Sombra's in, and then once she's out, you push into it. Very similar to the Doomfist, except obviously her ult window is more powerful, and her brawl window, her brawl window is less powerful. Is how you'd think of that. Uh-huh. Oh, Blizzard World was a tie. Okay. It was a draw. That makes more sense. Yeah, Blizzard World was the draw. That's how they got here. That does make sense. Um, Dorado Houston, Temple Anubis. Yeah, I'm with you. There's the Sombra. Not too threatening by herself. Just don't let her charge a bunch of ults. Piggy takes some space.
The objective is now
It's not a super different angle, but it's a little different of an angle. So they basically just need to take advantage. They need to find a window where they can poke out these guys, and then once they've poked out these guys, they can hard run on someone else. Instead, they're just going to hard run at somebody. Okay. That's not going to work. You might get happy, but your backline should get crushed in the process. That wall wasn't strong enough to do this. Okay. Fine. You did have the wall. Mm-hmm.
Monsters engaged.
It's all good, Nard. All good. That's just Sombra. Don't overreact to her. There's your window. You use your window and you take them out. Get multiple. Good. Can you do the same thing with High Noon this time?
Time to ring my ATM.
Poke them out, get some resource. Meet them in a place that they can't. Yep. Same thing with High Noon this time. Drop the wall, drop the wall. Yep. Good job. And now you get value out of your actual poke phase. I don't know why we lost audio for a second there. I am a little surprised that Shock, however, chose to back out after getting all that poke value lead rather than run at these guys that tried to get an angle on them. Like, Happy was vulnerable here. Happy was vulnerable, and the call was bad to back off. Backing off makes their angles collapse and means you're not getting flanked anymore, but your lead was big enough and they could not push you because they were out of resources from that High Noon. You had to go, hey, we used High Noon to get resources. We used High Noon to get your cooldowns. Now we'll use our cooldowns to get eliminations. That's how it needs to work. You either go, hey, we use cooldowns to get cooldowns, then win with ults, or we use ults to get cooldowns and then win with cooldowns. And they used their ult to get the cooldowns, and then they went, we're scared. You have better positioning. We're going to back off. They didn't have better positioning. You had your Lucio. You absolutely could have sped on and went and taken care of them. Yeah, no, I know Django had no... Exactly. Django had no shield, had to stand behind this pillar. He wasn't going to be running up here if you ran at his McCree. Now you've let them recover resources, and you don't have your High Noon anymore. And now they're going to use their poke ultimate to try to get your resources out. And they did. They got your lamp out. Bye. It's a lot of investment for a fight that they should have been able to win with less, but they did get it. They used the window, which is fine. They used the window plus EMP, which is fine. They also used the shatter, which is like, okay, we're getting a bit big here for 3 ults to against their 0. You can say, no, Shock used High Noon, but Shock used High Noon in basically a different fight. They had full stabilized phases between those.
My ATM.
Okay, where's your Lucio? Okay. Shock, are you gonna have a concave? Or are you just gonna run at them? You're just gonna run at them with brawl ults, aren't you? No. No. You chose to run at them with brawl ults. Did you know where the Sombra was when you chose to run at them? That could sort of justify it. Sombra just teleported out. No, that's not great. Maybe you saw her, but that's not great. She could have been in place by then. Okay. But you're going to window plus ice wall. That's a fine aggressive push. You got 2. You just kite this. Yep. Good. That was fine. From Shock. Let's look at this from Houston's perspective a little more. Trying for your angle. Pushing for your angles. Who's high noon? Striker's high noon? Striker is where? Striker is here, behind that pillar. Okay. Fine. Have to touch. Sombra will do it. Yep, that's about right. Ult Bonanza. There's the EMP. There's the beat to cover the EMP. Messy fight. But ultimately, Shock gets it. Okay. Shock did a good job of abusing when they had point control. They did a good job of abusing poke, at least with the window. They tried. They were like most of the way there to abusing their second poke ult with the high noon for the next approach, but they didn't quite follow up on it. Outlaws was doing a better job with off angling though. Both rotating for high ground, normal enough. FD God kind of left his team behind a little bit. Yeah, it looks like FD God maybe left his team behind a little bit here to look for boops. No, but we saw that from Joby too. FD God is just so much earlier than his team in his springing out here. I don't love that. Yeah. Because it of course means that they boop each other and Shock is later than Joby here. So like this would be good if you thought you knew to do this and the other Lucio didn't, but of course the other Lucio knows to do this. So you actually want to ride with your team up until the moment at which you break off to do this, which he broke off to do too early. Ice walling to get some punish on D.Va here, okay. And they get FD God. Still have wall available for Nero, but can't push into that. Okay.
The objective is now
Mm-hmm. You hit wall, but obviously they have wall back by now. That's your lamp. The corner advantage is just too much. Or the high ground advantage, whichever you want to call it. Don't quite consolidate it, though. You did not need to surrender that. Here you are. You've got the lamp out of them. Oh, the boop was enough. I didn't think the boop would be enough, but the boop was enough to knock off Jagu and no one else. That Chobin boop is huge. because then because their Rhine dropped, they feel the need to drop, and they had the advantage. They had the health and resource advantage as well as positioning advantage until that boop got Jago down. Mm-hmm. Cool. Fine. Yep. Sometimes an early shadow wins fights.
Howdy. Hello.
Time to raise my APM. Get through this.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's high noon.
Trying to high noon your way in. You don't really have this. You're gonna either counter high noon or you're gonna run at them as soon as this is over in Blizzard. I don't love that. Yeah, that was not very good, Nero. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm back in the fight.
So Shock, Shock just used that Blizzard and Wall poorly, and then they tried to window because they realized that they didn't get value, and now Outlaws has been able to use theirs for better value. And yet, sometimes Striker just gets picks. It's not just that simple. There's off-angling, etc. involved, but it does still look like Outlaws will clean this up. Mm-hmm. You don't have to DM him that hard. He already used Flash. Okay, they held it out to 99. Was that the Pixel Walk Flash Shatter? Oh, earlier? Over here, the Shatter? Probably. I wasn't watching close enough.
Time to raise my APM.
Everything's better when it's totally coordinated with people who know how to act on it. That's true.
It's high.
Okay, they open with their High Noon the same way that Houston used theirs. That said, their shield is in worse shape as they're doing this, and his shield is in better shape compared to when Houston did their advance. Let's see if Dante uses his Blizzard as poorly.
It's high noon.
Okay. You just imagine how much better these teams would be if they had the scarf, right? Right? They would. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's the window, basically the same play as last time. It's answered with a wall. Now mirrored with its own window, also answered with a wall. High ground advantage still belongs to Houston, or, lightly to Houston. Concave advantage. Yeah, okay, also belongs to Houston. Taking space back. So usually this would be, oh, two recipes. Shock did what they were supposed to do. Shock did what they were supposed to do. Got their 99, then dropped point, and now are ready to take back control with a much bigger ult bank than Outlaws. That's not what happened though, because Shock invested pretty consistently along the way. They used their high noon, they used their window, they've used a beat, they've used a self-destruct. They've invested pretty consistently along the way, which now means they're going into a basically even ult bank fight, but they have positional disadvantage. So now Houston would be favored for this fight.
Time to raise my APM.
Overtime.
It's
Blocked by the wall. Did we have anything enabling that? No, we did not. Nothing enabling that. Nothing that was ever going to enable that. Just FD God getting shot in the face. Okay. God found the oop. And they ultimately turned out. Good. Okay.
Victory.
Ooh, let me see how long the next map is, because I'm not sure I have another one in me. Havana,
Ready for battle.
Oh, they made that short. Okay, 1 second. One second, guys. I'll review it. Okay, okay, here we go. So, we just saw that. We just saw Oasis. We saw Shock was able to 2-0 that, which is a nice payback for the 2-0 that they took on Lijiang to start. Nothing too wild there. Houston came out with the Sombra Brawl that didn't really challenge Shock. Shock had a better understanding, slightly, more than slightly, but not perfect, of how to use their poke for that huge distance between open space that you have to travel to point if the other team has control and they full wipe you. So that was good on their part. That was definitely a difference. Then we saw the other one. Nothing too wild. There's things I could comment on of where Shock potentially isn't playing as well as they did in the Gladiators game, and those places would be um, and those places would be that I haven't been seeing Nero win the Mei Wall battle as much. We've seen Violet's positioning, maybe not amazing. I haven't been in love with Violet's windows in general. Um, We've also seen, I feel like Super's not performing as well today, or today, in this game that we're reviewing as he did in the other match either. So, there's definitely places where they could be looking a little more shaky. Chobin's having a pretty good day. Had some nice boops, had some nice high noon eats. Okay, so now we're back to this group. And this group is okay, but we've kept Violet. We've kept Violet as an actual support player. And now we're running Striker Glisser. And Smurf is back in. Okay, fine. And no Jake over here. Okay, cool. Let's see what we get. More importantly, nobody has a Kree right now.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Ready for battle.
Okay, we'll talk about comps in a moment.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Okay, so our defensive team, double sniper, poke tank, poke tank, poke support, anti-dive. That's all. That's what Twilight is here for. Twilight is here to go. We know we have invested in 5 different poke heroes, and we're trying to balance that a little bit, and not saying just counter us with dive by running brick. That's what's going on here. Nothing wild. Over on Outlaws side, poke tank, poke tank, poke, 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 and we're going to play a dive hero because we think you're going to play a bunch of poke, and this is probably the best dive hero in the game, so we're going to use this to try to mess with your poke heroes a little bit. So they had a will counter dive by running an anti-dive hero. They had a will counter poke by running a dive hero, but they're both really primarily going, we're going to play super heavy poke. Tracer is going to be looking in this setup to be forcing Hanzos, forcing Widows to rejoin their core. Tracer's job is to go, no, you can't have 3 angles on us. You can't have 4 angles on us. You can have 1 angle on us. You can have 2 angles on us, etc. These guys' job is to spread out, do as much work as they can. These guys, Outlaws, will want to make their poke windows either when they have a fresh shield, they have a halt, things like that. These guys would do the same, but these guys also have the option over here of doing poke windows when Tracer does a good distraction from them. And all of them can piggyback sniper peeks off of each other, which these guys will be able to do a little bit more. Like Orissa's shooting, that draws eyeballs to her, which allows Widow to peek over here, which draws eyeballs to her, which allows Hanzo to peek over here, which draws eyeballs to him, which allows Bap to peek here, which draws eyeballs to him, which allows Widow to peek here, etc. These guys can chain that a little better, but that's a pretty advanced high-level concept, so naturally Overwatch League players aren't good enough to do it. Whereas these guys can do a little bit more of the, hey, Tracer is bugging you, while Tracer is bugging you. That's going to draw sharp flicks of attention from, instead of looking this way, people are going to look this way, or the sniper is going to themselves be busy, which gives Happy a moment to go, now I'm going to open my lane and fire, etc. Okay, that's what we expect. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. On the other hand, we're not going to ask Dante to play, like, you're not wrong, but what else are they going to run, right? Like, you're not going to go, oh, well, we're going to run Genji because there's a lot of high ground. It's just not going to work. It's just not. You're going to run Sombra. Well, he can run Sombra, but yeah. He can run Sombra, but it's just not as threatening as your Tracer is. Wouldn't it be better to match double sniper? Not necessarily, no. Poke dive is generally a better comp for fighting poke. Poke dive is generally better for fighting poke than poke is for fighting poke. If you're trying to win the comp game, you are going to, make your slight adjustments to go, we have more dive elements than you. You sort of get if you think of Overwatch at a somewhat basic level, dive beats poke, poke beats brawl, brawl beats dive. Now, does it always work out this way perfectly? No, because everyone hybridizes their comps and you can play other ways. You can force them into places. There's always ways to play against the thing that counters you. But playing a little bit of a, hey, we're going to add some dive elements to try to force these guys off. And the thing is, they're not constantly going to play high ground. There isn't enough high ground for them to constantly play. This high ground simply isn't really keepable once you get the cart, say, to here, and then once you're past here, there's no high ground that Tracer really needs to get to. Like, Tracer doesn't need to get up there. These guys need to maintain multiple angles, and if they need to maintain multiple angles, they end up doing things like putting Hanzo on the ground, where Tracer can bother him. It's the halt. Okay, Piggy's just going to try to push cart. Piggy now needs to take a break. Mm-hmm. Dante and Piggy pushing cart. Again, there's people over here that Tracer could bother if he wanted. Tracer could come in here and go, I'm going to shoot at you for a little bit. I'm going to bother you a little bit if Tracer was able to get here. Getting here would be hard. Any opinions on how to choose between playing for shield break versus playing for shield break versus playing for picks in this matchup? I would play for picks in this matchup. What you're looking to do is you're not looking to go. It's sort of a role thing. Like you're playing for picks, you are playing for picks, but your Aristas understand that they're going to break each other's shields. Like that's a thing that they understand is going to happen. Your Sigmas understand that they are going to contribute to that shield break. Your Baps understand that they are probably going to contribute to that shield break, though if they see something else, they'll take it. And same thing for your Zen. Your Hanzo is like, shield? Psh, I don't care about your freaking shield. Like, yes, if your shield's there, maybe I'll break it, etc. And your Widow is like, no, I don't even care. Like, I refuse to shoot at the thing, etc. So, like, these 3 to 4 heroes are sort of interested in the shield break war, but these 2 heroes are much more, less Hanzo, but in general, much more. We're just going to look around for picks. But the reality is, these guys aren't, like, if these guys see something else, they'll take it. Oh, your shield's up? You have a fresh shield? That's cool. I have a fresh Halt. I'm going to pull you above or to the left of your shield. And everyone, including my Orisa, including my BAP, understands that we're not trying to break the shield. We're trying to get eliminations off of our Halt. You just break the shield because it's there. You're primarily looking for picks. You're primarily looking for picks. Piggy, where you can go. Piggy, I don't like that, Piggy. You have 53 health on your experimental barrier. You have no shift and you have no cover.
My barrier is destroyed.
Piggy? There's no reason for you to necessarily be alive right now, Piggy. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what's your plan, guys? Are you guys going to take angles to fight them? Are you going to try to burst your way through? Are you going to plant a shield here and aggressively push to try to give your Tracer a window to blink through here? Are you going to try to aggressively fight here to give your Tracer a window to blink through here? What are you going to do? You guys have to aggress a bit with your shield, with your Halt, to try to get your Tracer a window to get in, and once your Tracer's in, you can do work. No, you're just going to make Dante play on his own and use 3 blinks. Okay. Okay. I don't dislike this necessarily. I don't necessarily dislike this. I don't really feel like we're advanced enough. We need to be like here if we're making this play, but okay. We're not making that play. Okay. And now Tracer is trying to force them out, failing. That's a shame that Tracer went in before the Halt was up. Fighting in a lot of different directions at once. The angles are better for Shock right now, but Dante does get to do this. You don't have recall anymore. Mm-hmm.
Pass into the eye.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I repeat, angles better for Shock. Piggy, why are you staggering? Okay, that'll work. If they're not going to close in and take advantage of what they have, you can get trade backs, and now they're going to have to push back in as a sort of group and take a sort of fight. It helps what he was able to do over here. You wouldn't drop a storm arrow into their shields to win the shield war as Hanzo, like just once at the start or something? I mean, you can, but what you run into is it's not a just once thing, because like she's going to generate shields, you're going to generate new storm arrows. Wouldn't you rather have that storm arrow for the halt? Wouldn't you rather have that storm arrow for the flank that you're trying to fight on your own, that you're trying to get control of? Like, it's there's places to pop your storm arrow into the shield. It's not like, oh, it's never right to pop the storm arrow into the shield by any means. You can go, hey, we're going to break that. But again, it's not super high priority for him. The shield is like, yes, we'll shoot this because you've put people behind it. But really, what you're more interested in is your lane control. And if you need to win this lane, that's going to be more important than winning up like you can't add Hanzo to your core fighting that necessarily if there's someone over here that you also need to be worried about. You need to be like, no, we're getting control of our multiple lanes. Is Brig really the right pick here? It seems like the Inspire downtime is just so high with the Vogue style. Would something like Zen be better? Yeah, Zen is better, but they didn't know that Zen was better when they started. Like, they didn't know that Zen was better when they started the map because they had to start the map on defense and they didn't know what their opponents would necessarily run out on. If they were running Zen, you'd expect Outlaws to take one look at them and go, oh, I guess we're running old school Tracer Genji dive. Okay, I exaggerate, but like you'd run them over. You just go, you can't peel for each other. You have no peel. Brig gives them bash. She gives them packs, repair packs now. She gives them whip shot. She does a lot all by herself to make Dive's job a lot harder. And they had to pick a comp, not being 100, knowing that Outlaws can just walk right back into spawn and swap. Yeah, okay, Nard's covered it. Okay. The lamp. See, this is what I'm talking about, where Hanzo's trying to get control of a second lane here, and that's more important than winning this same lane by being like, I'm going to contribute more damage here. It's more important that he gets around these tools. And then we'll have a third lane over here from our BAP. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you flipped that. Yep. And that was just better lane control. Like, that was a case of, hey, they had to push back in. They even had to push back in, not with as many people as they want, but they were able to get this. They were able to get this, whereas it was sort of one-dimensional, what we were looking at from Outlaws. There wasn't enough, no, we have control over here. We've got control up here type stuff going on. Can we just appreciate for once Shock TPS I played happy right there? Okay, this is really one fight territory, and we have Rally on Shock side to push into it, supercharger eyes and pulse bomb. So Dante's trying to do his work. He's cleared the lower angle, but he hasn't cleared the upper angle for them yet. So can he distract Striker or Cheobin enough to give a window for his Zen and Orisa to do work? The answer is no. Where did you... Oh, you just got hit by Striker. Where's Striker? Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. I don't personally think he should have been there in the first place. I think he needed to go try and clear high ground again. Because again, him being here was effectively him being right in front of his own team again. You see this? These angles are pathetic compared to what Shock is doing with their angle control. Hey, Semitic.
Your resistance remaining.
Okay, Dante's trying for some angle. That's not going to be enough. That was never going to be enough. That's over. Yeah, that's not a comp issue. That's not a comp issue. They didn't do enough to help Dante get in, and then on that second to last push there, Dante didn't really go in, didn't clear high ground, which he needed to do instead of joining the same angle. This is the same issue we sort of saw from Outlaws are sort of doing the same issue we saw from Shock earlier when I was complaining about their dive, when it's like, these are multiple angles, and they all turn into one angle as they go forward. They don't reestablish, no, it needs to be up here. No, it needs to be up here. We saw that in the fight that they should have won back here. We saw that in the second to last fight over here, where Dante just ended up here, which was right in front of his team's two angles like this. So it becomes okay, I mean, Happy just gets to pay attention in this general direction, and he's covered both Dante and the Orisa, etc. Like that's what's going on here. And then they didn't do enough to enable Dante to get across this dangerous open space in the first place. That needed to be synced with barrier timings, with halt throws, with storm arrow usages, things that are threatening and pull some attention to help your Dante transition across.
Pass into the iris.
Can we just appreciate that Temp has been sitting here for 4 hours and I almost did the same? I tried to keep questions to a minimum.
Initiating match.
Oh, you guys are now talking about Jeff? Yeah.
Ready for battle.
No, it doesn't. I can see the time remaining. It does not have to be a stomp.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
First point can be hard on this map. It is not crazy to have things where it's like one team gets to here and the other team gets to here, or vice versa. Okay, so Outlaws have gone Brawl. I disagree. I disagree. If you were playing the whole map, maybe. I disagree. Are they trying to play Brawl to force a Brawl mirror? That won't work. But if you're trying to force Brawl to play a Brawl mirror because you think you can get Shock to play Brawl with their not usual Brawl people. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I mean, it's not like Brawl is terrible here. Obviously, we're all very familiar with seeing the everyone sits on here on top of Brawl and you guys can't get out, etc. But you can't actually stop them from getting out, and they get to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not terrible. It's not what I would have picked.
Attackers
It is what I would have picked if I was training a team, because I would choose to train a team on less things, because I would rather they get very good at less things as opposed to playing 4 different comps. But given what they've already shown, it's not what I would have picked. TP? Okay. Guys, do you know how the spawn camp works?
Attackers incoming.
Okay.
Stop the payload.
Mm-hmm. Fine. Covering both exits fairly well. Piggy's accepted that they're actually using all 6 over there, so he doesn't have to be over there anymore. That's a good adjustment. They got Ice Block. That Mei is weak. You all in around this and you win, Houston. All in around this wall. Hit your own wall. Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, it was still okay, but it's wrong. Yeah. Good. Good. I didn't want them to wall the Mei on the outside because Mei was low health and didn't have any cooldowns left. And it wouldn't have been a hard adjustment to have her inside your wall. But that's okay. Why Bat Anna? The reason that they're doing is for the how do I put this? The reason that they're doing that is they don't need to manipulate distance because they know that Outlaws are trying to spawn camp them. Outlaws are trying to spawn camp them and are going to go, no, you're going to fight us right here and here. You're simply going to. We don't need the speed to be able to close distance on you, and we would rather than be able to have our Rhines juke each other a little bit better, have our Rhine juke yours a little bit better. We're going to have, hey, we have extra healing throughput. We're going to go, we have extra raw healing throughput instead of the speed. It gives some vulnerabilities. It gives some vulnerabilities to Lucio boops. There's some problems with it, but right outside their spawn like this, they feel those problems are mitigated enough to justify it. It also very much likely has to do with, whoops, they didn't plan to be playing Brawl here, and Violet is primarily going to be looking to play Flex support heroes, and Twilight here is like, Twilight's been playing a bunch of Ana, etc. That's what Twilight is comfortable on. That's when they've had Twilight in. Twilight has been going, I am playing Ana for double bubble comps, etc. And so, could be some comfort. There's the wall. Good wall. Yeah, it comes apart eventually. Because a single elimination is enough that it always works. Took a little more than a minute off the clock.
It's honey.
You've got your lamp out already. Yeah, no, it's a touch early, but it's not way early. Oh, the beat's too late. Yep, that's true. Okay, so there's the window to open things up. The Maywall immediately comes out. Maywall just barely doesn't works. Cart issues. Does block the window. Do we have something else that Outlaws can follow up with? We do. We have all options, all sorts, all over the place on both sides. Everybody press Q! Everybody press Q! Mm-hmm. Okay, so Outlaws now is a significantly better bank than Shock. Shock gets really one fight at this distance.
Time to raise my APM.
Yeah, no, that fight was close. That fight could have gone either way, but this fight is not likely to go either way. This fight is something that Outlaws can spend more heavily into. Maywell's not good enough.
This. Come on. Defense matrix activated.
I mean, I get it, there's a high noon. Like, I understand, but now they need to effectively recollect. They can't recollect because now they get to go first high noon, then they get to go window.
Raise my APM.
Oh, is Shock actually getting to recollect? No, they lost Violet. So now they're truly going in for their last push here. But we've had a lot of cart rollback. Not that it matters. It's still one fight territory regardless.
10 seconds remaining.
That's too much shield, Smurf. Why are you giving up that much shield?
Overtime.
不洗澡，冻住，不洗澡。
First Blizzard came out. First Blizzard, better Blizzard. Slightly. Beat available for one team, not the other. No beat option for the other. Had to do a long rotation without. Yeah, not too well. Okay, yeah. That looked fine. I mean, this does look like I think I'm not taking away from this that, oh my goodness, Outlaws are the best team ever. I'm thinking Outlaws are not a bottom of the barrel team, but this does look like a low performance from Shock, would be my take at this point. Do I need to see more to absolutely rate that? I most certainly do. I most certainly would need to see more from Shock to absolutely rate this, as well as more from Outlaws, and we'll see when I get there on both those teams. I didn't watch the other Outlaws match. I did review some of the other Shock match, so it'll certainly be interesting to see how this goes. I mean, obviously they have some roster shenanigans like this one where, whoops, you guys got caught with Violet and Twilight in when Brawl came out. What are you going to do? How's Smurf's Rhine looking these days? Why are you giving away Shield there, Smurf? That said, Super's been giving away Shield more than I like as well. Didn't look like the best day for some of their players. Didn't look like the best day. I don't know if it was a comm structure issue. I don't know if one player was having a bad day that made everyone had a bad day, or what. But Outlaws did what they needed to do to take home the win here. Like, this was not, oh my god, Outlaws have tons and tons of flaws. This looks like Outlaws played pretty well. In fact, I don't have serious issues. I mean, I can point out issues on Outlaw's side. For the first half, I think Dante's May was pretty. I think Dante in general was pretty quiet for the first half of this match. I don't think it was an amazing Nero day either, though. Happy looked good. Joby probably got outdone by FD God. Yeah, I would say that. FD God probably played a little less risky than I think we saw on his day against Gladiators. Usually you count on huge contributions from Violet, and they looked fine. They weren't amazing. I mean, you know, it's good. Like, it's not me saying, like, oh, Violet's just average, blah, 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 blah. But yeah. Okay. I think that covers it. If you guys have questions, you can throw them up now and I'll try to answer them. If you guys are just here enjoying the content, please do like and subscribe, as I really do appreciate that, and that helps me out quite a bit. It's awesome. Or if you are looking to get coaching yourself, you can join my Discord in the description below, see what rates look like, see what sort of promos, events we have going on, all that good stuff. Let me see if there's any chat to catch up on. Any Q you can press, I press better. I can press Q better than you. Close Outlaws just pulled through. Yeah, with 6 to 8 months of temporal coaching, they could be a good team. 6 to 8 months of temporal coaching, most Owl teams could be a good team. Nice to see Outlaws improved from last season. Yeah, it looks like it. Temporal, you've been streaming for a while. Appreciate it. Go take a break. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go take a break before my next session here. You're glad the Goat Squad destroyed Bastion yesterday. Yes, in the scrim. I remember, Semitic. I remember. That was fun. That was fun. Server scrim is up if you guys want to go back and look at it. I think that's probably more enjoyable for people who participated in it than for the average viewer, but still fun. Still fun. Okay. I think that is going to do it, so I will call it here. Thanks, guys. Temporal out.